Have you ever traveled through time? We do it every day.
Asgardia is a country with a population of more than 1 million people from more than 200 countries on Earth. Asgardia gives everyone equal opportunities, no matter what their earthly status is.
It is possible to create and live in the future right now. Are you ready? Forward progress is the solution to the entire human race. Our mission is to bridge new horizons. In Asgardia, there is no limit to the universal development in the fields of technology, finance, and arts. Asgardia is a new space and digital economy which creates opportunities for the global economy. We deliver innovations. Do you want to get on board with us? We are developing various kinds of digital businesses, attracting them to the Asgardia platform that can be backed by the means of our umbrella, i.e. franchising of the Asgardia brand. We can not only attract investments into space programs from prominent institutional investors, but also affordable amounts from the citizens of Asgardia. We comprise of more than 1 million people.
Asgardia is a chance to realize one's dream. This is a dream-driven space nation. Asgardia is a chance to belong to a community of free-thinking enthusiasts, goal-driven dreamers, and fearless innovators, theorists, and scientists.
We are the first space nation. One humanity, one unity.
Asgardia.
We are creating
The future.
Morning, Ricky. I didn't saw you yesterday. Sorry. I was
Yes.
busy.
Good morning, Chairman Lambert. Good morning,
Hello,
Vice
good to see
Chairman
you. Good to see
Peter
you.
Mohan. Guy.
Okay. That is good to see you all. I'll start in a couple of minutes.
Morning, Lambert.
Hi, this is not my final studio, but it's the one in between, and it's already very good. I'm very pleased with it. So
You're looking better than yesterday with your screwed up background.
yeah, well, I've changed the background now. Basically, I have a green screen now. In the other place, in the final studio, which is being constructed even as we talk now, I'm going to have an even better background. I'll have a choice of 3. So there we go. Rebecca, are we broadcasting? Okay, so everyone watch your language and make sure you're very friendly and happy with everybody and be polite.
All right, that's good.
Yeah, the background curtainings that I have, as soon as I get a pole to put them up, I'll be having them up behind me. That's those Asgardia banners that I use for display booths and events.
Yeah.
I think that's
We
fantastic.
are waiting for the background. Sorry.
No, it's
We
fine.
are waiting for the background.
Well, I think we are the most professional operation anywhere in the history of politics in terms of how we operate. I just think it's extraordinary. Extremely proud of us for what we do. We'll start in 1 minute.
One, two, three.
I've ruined everyone's conversation now. Sorry.
That's all right. We were just talking about biological, about the fact that humans as a species are genetically a dimorphic species. And while you could be born showing one of actually 4 genetic traits, there, when we look at it, we tend to separate ourselves to male to female, and female and male. But you could actually be born, genetically speaking, how do I explain it? Genetically speaking, there are over 50 human genders, and that's actually been proven. But you could be born showing 4 different traits. You could be born looking male, born looking female, born hermaphroditic. Those are extremely rare, but those do occur. And born showing no genetic traits. Again, extremely rare, but it can occur. And it's very interesting. I was actually doing a talk about that to some extent with some friends of mine yesterday. The debate got a little heated, but it was not an unfriendly debate. And we did conclude that people get really hung up on what someone is rather than who they are. So it was interesting.
I obviously Asgardia hasn't really had a debate about this, and we won't have it today. I just know that the funniest thing I heard, they talk about pronouns, he, she, whatever you want to be described as, and a politician friend of mine says, I choose the pronoun opportunist. Those who understand it, understand it. Let's start. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I'm Ember Topic. I'm the Chair of Parliament of Asgardia, the world's first digital space nation and the world's first fully functioning digital democracy. Today is day 2 of our final sitting for this year, and we discuss important matters. I'll go through the agenda in just a moment. What you see here is not edited. There is no time delay. There's no censorship. So we share publicly our good moments and our disagreements with you, because that's how democracy should work. If you'd like to be involved, then go to the Asgardia website, just put Asgardia in, you will find it straight away, and hopefully become a resident. If you become a resident, you can stand for Parliament, you can also vote in our elections, and you can apply to be part of the Civic Society of Asgardia. We'll be talking about the structure of the Asgardian pyramid of civic life tomorrow. So please do join us again as well tomorrow at 1400 UTC. A couple of announcements. I have to not be here for a while from 10:40 UTC. That's in about 35 minutes for 1.5 hours. It's a pre-scheduled thing I can do nothing about. But Peter Morn will be chairing at that point. It's no crisis, it's no drama. It's just something that's been in the diary for about 5 months, and I cannot change it. So Peter will chair at that time, but everything will continue as normal. My guess is that we will probably need 6 hours today, and my guess is that each of the pieces of legislation will take about 1 hour. We'll have a break at a time which seems appropriate, which seems right. After that, we'll go to the government part and the government hour, and I think we will be finished really by about 1600 UTC, but it might be earlier. We'll see. What's very important is we do not talk for the purpose of talking. We talk whenever we need to say something meaningful. At this point, before I go into the agenda, let me go to our interpreters. Let's start with our Spanish interpreter to explain how you can listen in Spanish.
Hola, queridos parlamentarios, bienvenidos a esta tercera sesión parlamentaria del segundo Parlamento de Asgardia. Este es el segundo día de esta sesión. Para los que estaban ayer y los que se están incorporando hoy, hacemos las traducciones en 3 idiomas, ruso, turco y español, hasta el momento. Por favor, recuerden que deben hablar un poco despacio para poder hacer la mejor interpretación posible. No deben hacer pausas, pero sí un poco despacio. Si tienen alguna pregunta, por favor, comuníquense con la coordinadora del Parlamento y que tengamos un lindo día. Gracias.
Thank you very much indeed, Liz. Good to see you. I understand we may have an issue. If we have an issue in terms of the Spanish interpretation, then please, if you can tell Linda, or you can WhatsApp me as well. We'll manage it. It won't be a problem. Let's go to our Turkish interpreter next. Greetings.
Hello, everyone. Değerli Asgardia parlamenterleri, Asgardia'nın ikinci parlamentosunun 3. oturumuna hoş geldiniz. Oturumun bu ikinci gününde de tercümanlarınız Eren ve Alper size Türkçe ve İngilizce eş zamanlı olarak tercüme yapacak. Türkçe tercümeyi Zoom pencerenizin alt kısmındaki küre ikonuna tıklayarak seçebilirsiniz. Söz aldığınızda tercih ettiğiniz dilde konuşmanız yeterli olacaktır. Sizin tüm söylediklerinizi diğer dile anında çevireceğiz. Hepinize verimli oturumlar dileriz. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And I have been in Turkey more because of Asgardia than ever before in my life. Love your country. Maybe one day I will move there. Let's go to our Russian interpreter next.
Уважаемые русскоговорящие члены парламента Асгардии, добро пожаловать на второй день третьего заседания парламента второго созыва. И позвольте мне вкратце напомнить вам порядок работы с переводчиками. Напомню вам, что все переводы осуществляются в синхронном режиме. То есть никаких пауз при говорении на каком бы то ни было языке не нужно делать. Вам нужно оставаться и говорить, если вы выступаете в том же канале, в котором вы сейчас находитесь, а слушать, соответственно, в русском канале. Единственная просьба – говорить чуть медленнее, чем обычно. В остальном все происходит таким же образом. Хорошей вам работы. Спасибо. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I interrupted you early. My Russian is developing, but it's not as good as it could be. So sorry about that. One request for the interpreters, please do not speak very fast. I sometimes speak too quickly and I am told to slow down. So it applies to you as well. If you speak too fast, I'll ask you to slow down and I'll be told to slow down as well. Okay, and so let me just finish the announcements. To be clear, in about 30 minutes, I will hand the chairing to Peter Morn for about 1.5 hours, maybe 1 3/4 hours maximum. And as I say, it's a scheduled departure, which I have to do. So let's look at the agenda. Yesterday, we opened the day with the overview of the procedural points and the agenda itself. I also asked you to vote for the quorum at least, and we need to have 50% plus one for our votes to be constitutionally relevant, for them to actually have legal status. So if you have not voted on the agenda, and you can vote yes or no, that's not the important thing. You need to vote because we use the agenda vote to count the quorum. Then please do so now. Today, we're opening the second sitting. That's what I'm doing now. That's the first item. Then we'll go to Ricky Sickles in the Philippines on the Asgardia Information Safety and Security Cyber Act. After that, and then we'll have a debate. We had a very good debate on this and the other legislation last Saturday, so this is a formal continuation of that. Then we will talk about the Asgardia Foreign Affairs Act, first reading with Ferda. After that, we'll have the Asgardia Digital Interface Act with Mr. Ross Cheesewright. And then finally, in terms of legislation, Asgardia Digital Properties Act, first reading. All of those are first reading. So if they are passed, then we'll have second reading on those next time, and we'll have 2 new first reading pieces of legislation in the next sitting. So all of these are beginning our legislative process for this 5-year term of Parliament. After that, we go to see the government, and they will be welcomed amongst us to talk about a preliminary financial overview for the year. That's a general update on where we are financially. And then the government hour as well with our Prime Minister. And then we close. I think we need 6 hours or less today. The reason is because I don't believe that the legislation is very controversial. It might be shorter. It doesn't matter how long or short it is. We just need to get the work done. We do not get extra points for spending extra time. Any questions on the agenda before we commence with the Asgardia Information Safety and Security Cyber Act? Okay. I can see you're typing something, Ariadne. It's a very artistic. No, that's good. It's very artistic from where I can see. So great. Okay, let's get into the work then. Let me just check that Ricky is with us. Yes, he is. So let's move on to the first agenda item in terms of legislation, the Asgardia Information Safety and Security Cyber Act. Ricky Sickles, welcome. It's a nice time for you today because you're in the Philippines, so it's the late afternoon. Over
Yes,
to
it
you,
is.
sir.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Screen. Let's see if it comes up here.
That looks like a phone.
Can you see it?
Yes, it looks like it's in the shape of a telephone for me. It's like in the middle of my screen, but maybe it's just me.
Can you see the document?
I can see the document, but it's very small.
Okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's just about okay. Can you make it any wider, Ricky? I mean, the actual.
I'm trying to.
I mean, you're making it bigger, but it's restricted to the middle of the screen for some reason. I don't know why that is. It's not a disaster. I can see it. It's just.
Yeah, I'm working off a phone also.
Okay, that's fine. That's what's happening. Okay, let's do that. If anyone has a problem, then please let us know. I can see it.
Yeah.
I can see it. Over to you.
Yeah, people should be able to enlarge it themselves if they can. Okay.
Not that easy, but we can carry on. Oh, yes, I can. Yeah, you're quite right, Ricky. For those who are using at least an Apple Mac, you can actually use two fingers to expand the document, and I have done that. Over to you, Ricky.
All right. The Asgardia Information Safety and Security Act. Contributors, myself, Ada, Michael Chirino as the Minister for Safety and Security, former minister who has passed away, Phil Appleby, MP, let's see if I can get his name up here. ML Ismailov. I'm sorry if I messed up your name.
Ismailov.
Jay Tate, former MP and current MP Kenneth Edel. The legal basis, table of contents, Office of IT Security, categorization. Article 2 is categorization and classification. Article 3, data processing. Article 4, infrastructure, safety and security. Article 5, breach of duty. Article 6, freedom of information. Article 7, computer fraud and abuse. Article 8, Asgardia Information Management System, or the AIM. Article 9, security for medical records and personal information. Article 10 is government and data information. The objective: to establish the creation of security mechanism necessary for the preservation and it's a little hard for me too. Prevention and defense against attacks, espionage, treason, and all other security threats to Asgardian systems. To ensure the protection of government and citizen information and secure against possible attacks to national interests, as well as assuring each citizen's right to the safety and security of their information, as well as the right to access it. These articles are set forth to inform the ministers of Asgardia that they are responsible for producing the regulations that will be used to ensure the integrity, the integrated use, and the protection of all Asgardian assets from attack, both internal and external threats, whether those attacks be against Asgardian government, public access, private or personal systems, health information, government corporate data, research, at all levels and financial banking data. Legal basis, Asgardian Constitution, Chapter 6, Article 2126, Article 30, and Article 40. Note that this act does not mitigate all aspects mentioned in these articles. Act of Acts 2018. Okay. Article 1 is Office of IT Security. The Ministers of Safety and Security and Information and Communication are required to create and maintain the Office of IT Security and Technology, or the OIST. Security and Information and Communication are required to inform all cases of Ministers of Safety and Security, which must be capable of implementing and maintaining the standards of physical and digital security protection mechanisms for systems used by Asgardian government offices and personnel, as well as any third parties which store, transmit, or process data belonging to Asgardia or its citizens or residents. The OIST is required to create standards and practices for the location, recruitment, training, and oversight of the human resources responsible for implementation of the systems and processes that will provide operational support for the Asgardian government and Asgardian businesses or institutes which store, transmit, or process data related to Asgardian citizens and residents. The systems developed or used must enforce the principles of separation of duties, need to know, and least privilege at any possible layer. 1.2, the OIST is required to maintain open lines of communication with the Asgardian public that will allow every Asgardian citizen to report suspicious or unsafe behaviors. 1.3, the OIST is required to create and maintain the Asgardia Security Analytical Center, ASAC, whose sole purpose is to create an official threat assessment based on potential security risks to Asgardia and the Earth. The threat assessment is a living document and must be made available to the head of nation, parliament, and the ministers at all times, and must be reviewed annually at a minimum based on changes in the context, such as new vulnerabilities, changes in legislation and technology, and other developments in Asgardia and elsewhere on Earth or in space. Article 2, classification, categorization, and classification. 2.1, all digital and analog information recorded or maintained by the Asgardian government must be categorized and classified with labels as defined and assigned by the Controlled Information Act of Asgardia. 2.1.1, categorization will define the scope of the purpose of the data for systems or physical area. 2.1.2, classification defines the sensitivity of the data or systems or physical areas. 2.2, any and all human resources with access to systems which process Asgardian data, including but not limited to storing, transmitting, viewing, discussing, or destroying the data. Personnel must be trained to recognize the categorization and classification of the information being processed based on its assigned label. 2.3, any systems which process Asgardian data, including systems related to storing, transmitting, viewing, discussing, or destroying the data, must be created or configured with technical controls appropriate to the categorization and classification of the information being processed based on its assigned label. 2.4, Any government, corporate, or private organization or individual which fails to comply with this requirement will be subject to penalties assigned by the Court of Asgardia. Article 3, Data Processing. 3.1, Implementation of systems for data storage, transmission, destruction, processing, and display must meet or exceed the specification of standards set by the Ministry of Safety and Security, the Minister of Information and Communication, the OIST, and the laws of Asgardia and implement countermeasures by safeguarding information security corresponding to what is specified in ISO IEC 27001 and 27002, and safeguarding data protection and privacy corresponding to what is specified in the EU GDPR. 3.1.1, third parties providing services to the Asgardian government must certify through recurring audits that all systems and resources processing Asgardia data meet the minimal standards required by the OIST regulations for the type of service being provided. Article 4, Infrastructure, Safety and Security. 4.1, the OIST is required to create and maintain the Asgardian Security Operations Center, ASOC, whose sole responsibility is the creation and maintenance of a safe and secure digital infrastructure for Asgardia with specifications and standards to be directed by the ASAC, Minister of Safety and Security, the Minister of Information and Communications, and the laws of Asgardia. Article 5. 5.1, no citizen of Asgardia shall take part in any action that directly or indirectly causes a compromise of any system or information for the purpose of causing harm. 5.1.1, breaches of the protocols or conduct outlined by this legislation will be referred to the JBA for resolution, or the Court of Asgardia. 5.1.2, the severity of the sanctions or correction discipline for each violation should reflect the damage to Asgardia as well as the degree and scope of the violation, and are permitted to include the revocation of citizenship, residency, and any punishment deemed appropriate by the JBA. Article 6, Freedom of Information. Excuse me. 6.1, every citizen and or resident shall have the right to receive information of their own interest or of public interest from public entities and government bodies, which shall be given within the time prescribed by the laws of Asgardia. 6.1.1, the requesting citizen and or resident is responsible for any fees required to produce the requested information for distribution. 6.2, information not covered by the law is information created by non-governmental residents, citizens, or entities, or the private sector, except when the private sector entity performs functions and or duties which were previously the domain of the public service or government. 6.3, requests for information regarding the following items may be denied. Denial of requests can be evaluated based on appeal. A, major policy decisions on current or ongoing Asgardia affairs. B, the building of national defense and in the activities of Earth protection. C, diplomatic activities between Asgardia and Earth nations and those maintained as commitments to Earth nations. D, national economic and social development information, E, science and technology of Asgardia, F, ongoing matters of criminal justice, and G, government bodies, internal materials such as, but not limited to, 1, records of meetings of governmental bodies, 2, documents prepared by an authority for use at such meetings, such as agendas, resumes, or minutes. Correspondence. 3, correspondence of the head of nation, ministers or parliament members, and staff members in matters such as documents relating to the making of laws and appropriation bills. 4, actions taken or to be taken by the nation of Asgardia. 5, documents exchanged in connection with the secretarial function of one governmental body on behalf of another governmental body. 8, deliberations on possible legal proceedings. I, material for the purpose of public statistics or scientific research. 6.4, all information requests that shall default to approval unless the information is deemed sensitive or there are definite risks to the security or of life or property. 6.5, information can be released in part or whole, redacted, depending on the classification level, and if the declassification has expired, the Information and Communications Ministry may extend or reduce the classification period. All right, 6.6. If a request for information is denied by the Ministry of Information, Asgardian citizens and or residents, requests for information can be made to the JBA to suspend these rules and release the requested information if it is in the best interest of the safety and security of Asgardian citizens and residents. If the request is denied, then a second appeal may be made to the Supreme Justice, whose rule is final. Article 7 is computer fraud and abuse. 7.1, fraud and related activity in connection with computers. Whoever having knowingly accessed a computer without authorization or exceeding authorized access, and by means of such conduct having obtained information that has been determined by the TAI to require protection against unauthorized disclosure or any restricted data with reason to believe that such information so obtained could be used to the injury of the TAI or NBAs or to the advantage of any foreign nation, willfully communicates, delivers, transmits, or causes to be communicated, delivered, or transmitted, or attempted to communicate, deliver, transmit, or cause to be communicated, deliver, or transmit the same to any person not entitled to receive it, or willfully retains the same and fails to deliver it to the officer or employee of the TAI entitled to receive it, intentionally accesses a computer without authorization or exceeds authority, authorized access, and thereby obtains information contained in a financial record of a financial institution or of a card issuer's information from any department or agency that the TAI or information from any protected computer if the conduct involved and interstate or foreign communications shall be correction disciplined as set forth by the JBA. And then it goes on for criminal activity in connection with computers. 7.2, whoever intentionally without authorization to access any non-public computer of a department or agency of the nation of Asgardia accesses such a computer of a department or agency that is exclusively for the use of the TAI, or in the case of a computer that, case of a computer not exclusively for such use is used by or for the TAI, and such conduct affects the data or system or its use by or for the TAI, knowingly causes the transmission of a program, information, code, or command, and as a result of such conduct intentionally causes damage without authorization to a protected computer, intentionally accesses a protected computer without authorization, and as a result of such conduct recklessly causes damage, intentionally accesses a protected computer without authorization, and as a result of such conduct causes damage that shall be punished as set forth by the JBA. Article 8, Asgardian Information Management System, or the AIMS. 8.1, the ASAC is required to publish, implement, and maintain the Asgardian Information Management System, AIMS, a system of metrics and processes intended to ensure the safety and security of all Asgardian information systems. A core AIMS process must require the head of each ministry and joint ministry department to either show compliance or explain deviation from the stated objective, and show how to become and remain secure. The required metrics to be reported on are defined in Appendix A. Article 9, security for medical records and personal information. 9.1.1, in accordance with Article 22, Section 7 of the Asgardian Constitution, the Asgardian government shall ensure the integrity of the ownership of all personal and health records of Asgardian citizens using secure technology. 9.1.2, the government shall ensure that Asgardian citizens have full access and control their own health and personnel records. 9.1.3, public health risks involve contagious illnesses or biological threats. Provide an exception in which the privacy of the Asgardian citizen may be breached by government officials in the execution of their duties for the sole purpose of preventing spread of the contagion using specific approved actions designed to minimize the exposure of citizens' privacy. The aforementioned officials may contact the affected citizens whose privacy has been breached and inform them of their medical status, and if necessary, impose restrictions on the citizens' public activities. The citizen's physical and digital identification may be flagged to allow for refusal of interest to public spaces and venues without providing information at the point of rejection, which would violate the citizen's privacy. Article 10, Government and Data Information. 10.1.1, to ensure longevity, accuracy, and accessibility for all future Asgardians, All legislation or rules proposals sponsored by the Asgardian Parliament are required to be stored in a secure and globally available system which has the capability to ensure an accurate and available timeline of authorship, modification, and support of each proposal in the system. Must store the information for a minimum of 7 years with a guarantee of integrity. Excuse me. Confidentiality and availability for all branches of the Asgardian government. The OIST is required to implement and maintain the system and provide annual reports to Parliament on the security of the system implementation in accordance with the aims as outlined in Appendix A. 10.1.2 to ensure longevity, accuracy, and accessibility for all future Asgardians. All documents created or maintained by the branches of Asgardian government are required to be stored in a document management system that supports granular access control, version control, and disaster recovery. The system must be securely accessible to all members of every branch of the Asgardian government. And that is pretty much it. Everything else is your appendixes, which goes into a little bit more detail. And everybody, it's been posted in safety and security, so people have access to that. And that right now is pretty much it as far as the presentation.
Thank you, Ricky. Just to be clear, we're actually voting on the first reading, which is the core principles and the articles. It's the document that we shared. Ricky's gone through the whole document, but what we're really voting on is the core principles. So does anybody have any specific questions or comments about this? And as I said, to be clear, you will see the document we're voting on in the document shared for the sitting. Raise your hands if you want to raise anything now. Okay, just one point I'll just make, which is I'll come to you in a second further. Just one point to make is that essentially we need to have something which is long lasting. There are a couple of things in the detail that you've gone through which we're not voting on today, just core principle, which I'd like to discuss with you separately. And I would say with also with Ross Cheesewright and the Minister for Information and Communications and Safety and Security, we don't want to make anything which is too complicated. That's one of the things. If we have if our legislation is too complicated, then people simply will not do it because they won't know how to do it. That's the only thing I would say. But as I say, to be absolutely clear, today we are voting on the first principles and the articles further.
Teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Türkçe devam
Thank you so much. I would like to continue in Turkish if possible. Thank you so much. I want to thank Rike and Ayla for all their efforts in the committee. They are really well thought and they're really exhaustive work, I know. At the same time, as they are too detailed, I can see that there is not much to be corrected. It can easily pass on to the second reading, in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, to be clear, once again, in case anybody is confused, we're voting on if you look at the documents which were shared for the session, we're voting on the core principles and then the overall structure of the articles. Rick has gone into the detail on those articles. We'll be talking about we'll be voting on the detail at the second reading if you pass the first reading. Anybody else want to make any points or comments? Okay, thank you. Ricky spoke at a good speed there. One thing I would ask colleagues is, if you're going to do a detailed presentation, if you can give me advance notice, we will in future talk about this at the chairs meeting before the session, because then I want to share the documents with our interpreters so that they can have a good look at it before we start. It just makes their job a little bit easier. Let's go to Ariadne.
Buenos días.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Gracias.
Good morning. Thank you, Ricky. That's an excellent job. It is important to highlight that we not always have what is described in there. Many of the things that we see in there, we have to do, like having protected computers. Right now, I don't think many of us have much more than just a password in our computers. And knowing with whom we share that information and with whom we shouldn't. And that goes through the criteria of each one of us. In the comment that there should be security support for all of those things referring to entering and participating as a public officer. We are doing that, but it should be as a part of the committee that it corresponds to, and that is what Ricky is doing. Just simply, I want to say congratulations. That is a very full document and encompasses the details that we may have forgotten, so we can always go back and reference to that document, and that's what we call it in the small letters, the small print. This has nothing to do with that, but we can always remember that whenever there's a document that we sign and we don't look at the small print, then that's when things happen. So that reminded me of that. And of course, that happened because he presented through his cell phone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ariadne. Points noted. As I say, in future, what we'll do is we'll make sure that we have a pre-meeting with everybody, just to make sure that we all have clarity of purpose and on the documents. John.
Yes. Well, first off, I am in support of the act and support of the first reading, which is the core principles. Since he did read the whole document, there was Article 5. I had an area. There's something that I would think need to be added to Article 5. And that would be it would be a provision 5.513. He had two provisions. I think you should add a third one to that, and you word it the way you want to. The way I worded it is Asgardia citizens will be given opportunity to present their case.
It's already in there.
Or innocence, according to Asgardian laws, because I think that should at least be mentioned in the act that they will be given a chance to prove their innocence. in case they are accused of something.
That's really that's a second reading point, but I think that Ricky might want to take that on board to absorb that and then make any modifications before we get to second reading. So that's good. Good point, John.
Mm.
And good morning, by the way. Thanks for being up so early.
Good morning. I got a fresh haircut. You like it?
Looks like you got more hair than the last time I saw you.
Oh, really? Well, no, it's a lot less. It's getting tight right here.
You're in the army now, boy.
There you
go. Anybody else want to make a comment before we let Ricky summarize and then we'll move on? Okay. Thank you. Ricky, last word to you. And remember, we are voting on the first reading, which is the core principles and overview of the articles, not the detail. Anything else you would like to say, Ricky?
On Article 5, well, under Asgardian law, a person does have the opportunity to present their case. That's something that is already pretty well covered, but yeah, that can possibly be added in there. A lot of the detail, though, I would go to the minister about if you got a lot of technical detail that you want to go over, because he would be the better choice for that, since that is his job on the outside. I think overall, as with all of our acts that we're doing right now, it's a foundational act to get Asgardia started and on its way, and try to make it as comprehensive as possible to look at what could happen and how to protect ourselves from these issues by, with the international standards and GDPR and such. And, like I said, anything else, I would refer to the minister on that to get his take. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. Thank you, everybody. So that is the first item that we've been covering. And if you have any further feedback, please do contact Ricky directly. There's the opportunity to do it. Just to be clear, we're voting on the first reading of the Asgardia Information Safety and Security Cyber Act. And you'll find the document we're voting on in the shared documents for the session. If you agree with it, then vote yes. If you disagree, vote no. And if you are not sure, then abstain. Still register your vote, but please abstain in that circumstance. Okay, thanks, everybody. I'm now going to hand the chairing to Peter. As I said before, I need to be absent for a short while. Peter, I expect to be back in about 100 minutes. 100 minutes, 1 hour, 40 minutes. Might be less. If you feel you need to have a break in the interim, then let me know. So Peter, the Deputy Chair of Parliament, will briefly chair the session. I'm going to leave everything on here, but I just have this unavoidable duty which I have to carry out, official duty. Peter, over to you. I'm just going to make sure that we can hear you.
Thank you, Lambert. I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah, that's fine. Over.
And formally, good morning, good evening, good night, or whatever the time may be for you, to everyone, and to any of those watching from outside. I am Peter Mon. I am the Deputy Chair of Parliament. I'm afraid I'm dressed for winter because it is absolutely freezing here in the northeast of England. I have the heating on, I have electric fires on, and I'm still cold. So I'm not in my suit as I would normally be, but welcome anyway. And now a bit of legislation that I've had a small hand in, not in drafting it, but in looking over it. So if we hand over to Ferda for the Foreign Affairs Act, remembering this is the first reading and we are looking at core principles. I mean, Ferda will go into a little more detail than that, but it's the core principles we're voting on. And also, just as Lambert has said, don't forget to vote on all of the items we're discussing. Even if you don't know what your thoughts are, finally vote to abstain, but please do vote. Further.
Çok teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in this first reading, I first of all like to thank the FA Committee Affairs and Works, and I want to also remember 19 pages of FA reporting committee. John Fine spent a lot of effort on this, we know that. And also we had John Williams from the legal committee. And all the members of the committee contributed to this work. We have lots of names, we have lots of colleagues like John Fine and many other colleagues in the committee. I want to thank them so much. I will be reading all this work in English, so I will switch to English now and read out them to you. And let me share, first of all, my screen with you.
I think this is a reminder to us all that technology is a wonderful thing, especially when it works. And when it doesn't work, it's not so good. I don't know whether you're struggling further or whether you're going to be able to get this up, but we're waiting because we're all excited about hearing what you're going to say. There we are.
Asgardia Foreign Affairs Act, edition of personal October 16. The most critical pressing issue for Asgardia is the first destination, are perhaps foreign affairs. Asgardian foreign affairs are vital to the nation's growth and stability. Therefore, the need for the international recognition from Earth-based countries and the United Nations Convention. As an objective, in Asgardia, one of the fundamental areas needed to complete its mission is the ability to conduct foreign affairs. This act will be set in initial framework required to regulate the practice of foreign affairs and empower the Asgardian Affairs Ministry to achieve its objectives. Establishing bilateral relations with the nations of the Earth, UN, and its specialized agencies will be at the forefront of the Act's objectives. The goal is to structure the Act to achieve foundational framework that will allow for recognition of the nations of Earth with the immediate objectives of the observer status in the UN and the eventual objective of membership in the United Nations. Therefore, any robust foreign affairs related space travel are essential to the goals of the Asgardia. For our future in space means everything to Asgardia. The Act will lay the initial foundations for achieving this objective. Legal Authority Asgardia Constitution Chapter 2 Article 2 Mission and Supreme Rules Chapter 7 Article 29 Yo, anlıyorum. Size bir saniyenizi rica ettim. Ona bir bakayım.
We kindly request a second. The translation should be turned off on Ferda's side so that there is no echo of the translator. We just request 1 minute.
Bizi açamıyorum. Sıkıntı var. Evet. Batmıyor.
We kindly request just a second as we solve out an issue.
Ya önemli. İşinizi kolaylaştırmak açısından söylüyorum. İngilizce dokümanı ekrandan direkt okuyorum. Oradan okuyarak Türkçeleştirebilirsiniz.
We continue.
1. Initiating a framework that enchains establishing bilateral relations with Earth nations. 2. Creating the best practices within global relations, allowing the mutual recognition and collaboration with
Sorry
Earth
to
nations.
interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Further, you're currently sharing your inbox, not the document.
Okay.
Jason thinks that you might be sharing the wrong tab.
Yes, 1 second. I found it. Are we okay right now?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you too. When I changing the translation, I changed both of them. Sorry. Okay. For principles, second, creating the best practices within the global relations, allowing mutual recognition and collaboration with Earth nations. Recognize Asgardia's international abilities in order to fulfill foreign affairs representative pursuits. Increasing membership, bringing Asgardia closer to the United Nations. Establishing initial regulatory abilities and ministerial practices. Establish foreign affairs pathways, responsibilities, positions, and managing systems. Establish framework precepts, foreign relations, and concerning space travel habitation. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, the primary administration of Foreign Affairs, under the direction of the Asgardia Constitution, the supreme values approved by the head of nation, and the Prime Minister established in the Minister and the Relations Representative. Regulations, rules, procedures, policies, codes, protocols, and other processes needed for foreign relations within Asgardia, United Nations, and Earth nations. A structured foreign affairs relations representative system to cover Asgardia's organizational, permanent area, district, regional, continental ambassadorship, and their primary offices. This structure includes United Nations appointments when needed upon request. Collaborative, peaceful, just, objective, respectful, and development foreign relations aligning with the Asgardia's objectives within international laws and global initiatives from the United Nations and other nation states of Earth, including any unions, organizations, groups, confederations, enterprises, agencies, NGOs, corporations, associations, and any other similar entities, and that benefit and strengthen Asgardia's work with foreign relations and affairs. Advancing foreign policy aligned with the Asgardia's core values of human rights, democratic philosophical premises, peaceful relations in space, cultural heritage protection, and non-discriminatory practices in fundamental principle. Foreign relations policies, protocols, and correspondence that are harmonious with the principles of the United Nations and international relations with the sovereign equality, while keeping in mind in the provision of force when engaged in the international relations. Foreign relation policies, protocols, and correspondence that are consistent with the United Nations, international law, and any space-related initiatives whose main objective is the peaceful use of outer space, space travel, and space habitation, as long as those objectives align with Asgardia's constitution, supreme values, and core beliefs. When needed, regulations, codes, rules, procedures, policies, and any other processes required for issuing, adapting passports and visas, accordance with the international territories and practices, as needed, set up administrative objective with the standardized administrative process, management systems, personnel, websites, and other required areas to meet demands along the budgetary constraints and Asgardia's foreign affairs objectives. A foreign affairs accreditation program to ensure foreign affairs officers are appropriately educated in the mannerism of foreign relations and trained to manage to their duties of officers. These credentials should include strong analytical skills, well-maintained organizational skills, structural leadership, positive judgment, and residential flexibility. Poses notable integrity, communicative effectivity, both orally, written, and visually, with tact and diplomacy. Command the ability to speak or learn foreign languages, ethically connect intercultural networking skills, and culture-specific international paths. Exhibiting exceptional social skills. A person's educational background, work experience, and personal experience can be used for exaggeration if those attributes relate to foreign affairs and are same quality expected from an international foreign affairs representative. Coming to the ministry duties and responsibilities, to conduct predatory work and make determine Asgardia foreign policy to implement and coordinate the foreign policy according to the government's targets principles. Representing Asgardia and its government as a competent authority with foreign states and international organizations. To conduct and negotiate with the foreign nation states and international organizations incorporating with relevant institutions and organizations. Establishing, executing, directing, developing, and protecting the space nation of Asgardia interests by cooperating with the related committees and ministries with all aspects of Asgardia's external relations. Assisting governing bodies of Asgardia managing the code of conduct, external and internal entities conducting foreign affairs. To observe and coordinate the complaints of the activities conducted by other Asgardian institutions and organizations, including the committees and ministries within the foreign policy determined by the government, coordinate and participate in these activities in connection with the foreign policy aspects on behalf of the space of relations between Asgardia and foreign nation states. To conduct negotiations, authorizations, approvals, and contracts in order to sign more with other nations and bodies. To observe registrations process regarding the drafting, enforcing, and publishing of international territories and agreements concluded with the other nation states. International organizations and NGOs, companies in cooperation with the relevant ministry. Ensure the document management, legislative compliance, and any related process to the diplomatic procedure. To follow and pursue foreign affairs processes related to the development of the international law and international legal jurisprudence while participating process cooperate with the Ministry of Justice to convey and advise instructions of the exercise in consultation with relevant ministries and foreign affairs representations such as diplomats, ambassadors, attaches, agents, advisors, and envoys, delegations, and representatives of Asgardia. To supervise the conduct of the foreign contacts of negotiations following the foreign policy, if necessary, to participate in the conduct of foreign communications and negotiations with international organizations, which are required to be carried out by the relevant ministries and communities in financial, economics, and other technical matters, or whose statute indicate that their member and partners will take action through a specific ministry or authority. Report to the Prime Minister to ensure that the Ministry services follow the executive, legislative, judicial, and governmental general policy laws, protocols, and procedures while establishing, cooperating, and coordinating with other communities and ministries in matters established with the scope of the ministry, mandate, and governmental directives. The minister is responsible for the actions, transactions for those under their command and authorized by to supervise all the activities and accounts of foreign affairs ministry and its organizations association. Developing and strengthening international law. International laws and relations relate to matters of foreign affairs and respect for them. The ministers can establish when needed the fee program to cover the cost of the process within foreign affairs. This fee program must adhere to the following: Asgardia tax laws, Asgardia financial laws, customs of other nation states when operating with the nation state, international agreements, DRTs, fiduciary agreements, and doctrine related to foreign affairs. Persona non grata, the Supreme States Council will resolve or issue matters of persona non grata. Any Asgardian or other earthly nationality accused of persona non grata will be given appropriate consideration in proving their innocence or justifying their action. Any Asgardian found guilty of persona non grata by Supreme Council will be relieved of duties not allowed to conduct foreign relations for Asgardia. Any foreign dignitary or diplomat, foreign affairs representatives found guilty of persona non grata within Asgardia will also not be allowed to conduct foreign relations with Asgardia. Associations. The Minister of Foreign Affairs can establish associations to conduct foreign relations within all areas of Asgardia to facilitate needs to complete its mission. These associations can be in the form of working groups, committees, subcommittees, directorates, embassies, Sanctuaries, consulates, or any other organizational structure needed considering the following restriction. Such associations must be created for the specific purpose. Once the purpose has been completed, it must be sold, must utilize standardized administrative and managed system consistent with the Asgardian organizational structures, must have appropriate role. Ambassadorships. While all Asgardians are considered ambassadors of Asgardian aspects of the representation and belief, some ambassadors will hold an office for ambassadorship, either in a paid position, civil servant, or volunteer to represent the Minister of the Foreign Affairs in Asgardia. These ambassadorships can be city, area, district, regional, and continental representatives. Diplomats, delegates, consuls, envoys, embassies, attaches, and dignitaries, permanent representatives to the United Nations, any position directly to indirectly supporting the Foreign Affairs Ministry in an authoritative foreign relations capacity of Asgardia. Diplomatic immunity. Asgardia will seek mutual diplomatic immunity under the international agreements found in the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. Asgardia diplomatic papers, articles, and materials must be protected under the sovereignty of the Asgardia Space Nation. The following will be covered by diplomatic immunity. Asgardian Foreign Affairs representatives working in an official authority covered. Asgardia's diplomatic paper, articles, or materials contained in diplomatic bag that must contain the following or be in the state of the following, not be detained or opened by any foreign nation states. Bear visible external markings of the nation's character as related to Asgardia, only contain documents, articles, or materials intended for official use. Foreign affairs representatives from other nation states and any form diplomatic papers, articles, or material being carried in diplomatic bag for official foreign affairs. Thank you for listening. I've fully read the document. I'm waiting for your votes, and I think all colleagues done very good job. So I hope we will pass for the second and third reading without any elapsed work. Listening to you.
Thank you, Ferda. Can you stop sharing the screen? Thank you. That's brilliant. There's been so many comments on chat while you've been presenting, Ferda, and I think it was summed up by Sarah when she
Let
said,
me check that.
She said, Ferda rocks. That's a classic compliment for you, in case you weren't aware. To think that that complicated presentation in a language which is not your first language was done so brilliantly. Thank you very much for doing that. Whatever anybody may think of the content, and remember, we're only voting on core principles. And I don't know whether prime ministers are allowed to speak at this point, but I think I'm persuaded. So, Lena.
Yeah, I just have a procedural question. I'm a bit confused because in the agenda, it's the first reading only, and the presentation went well beyond the scope of the approved agenda and the documents submitted for the review. So I'm just wondering what has happened actually, because that's the first time I see that on day 2, when the documents for voting are presented, something else is presented rather than for voting. Everything else is normally presented on day 3.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Prime Minister. The situation is, I think that we've got the problem is such enthusiasm from our committee chairman that whilst they know that procedurally this is just the core principles on which they are supposed to be presenting and the core principles on which everyone is voting, they have got a little bit carried away. And this is the second time this morning it's happened, but the content was so good that I didn't want to interfere. And the presentations were so well presented that we let them run. But we are, and Lembit did it earlier before he had to pop off for a short time, making it clear to everyone, we are voting on the core principles. This is the first reading. Core principles is what we're voting on. The detail will be coming later, but the actual committees have progressed their preparation beyond the first reading stage, so they are already halfway there towards second reading. And we're jumping around a bit, but hey, listen, we're the first democratic nation that operates in this way, and I think we've got to go with the flow and be a little bit flexible, and we are. But we're very conscious of the fact that at the end of the day, we are voting today, this morning, on core principles, and that's all. And you're quite
So,
right. We're going. Please.
Am I understanding correctly that this extended presentation is basically one of the possible lines of thinking where the second reading might evolve? Because the way it looked, even though you explained what you explained, being broadcast in a formal sitting, it looks as if this is a decided line of thinking, while I personally see a lot of areas of adjustment and improvement, which from the side of the ministries who also contribute to the development of the legislation to be made. And the ministries have not been consulted. So I want to be sure that this is understood and seen by everybody as a possible brainstorm on the subject, but it's in no way a almost cooked second reading, because through the flow of development of legislation, which has not been followed for the second reading, this cannot be considered such.
No, absolutely right. And I don't think it's meant to be, but this is not what will be presented on the second reading. Apart from anything else, now speaking with my chairman of the Justice Committee hat on, we need to see it as well. And we need to make sure that there are no, as it were, offences against current laws and against the way in which Asgardia's constitution is framed. And it will then come to the ministers. It's not a fait accompli. This is what the thinking is from the chairman of the committees who are putting forward this legislation. And they are standing by now for our input, generally, my input from Justice, your input, Lena, from the ministerial level before they present their second reading document. So no, it's not prejudging. It's simply their thought line, I think. And they've gone a bit further than they would need to, but it's just because of enthusiasm, not because of prejudging the issues. So I don't think we need to worry.
I'm glad we share the same understanding, because from what I have observed now, this is pretty much the document which was presented 6 months ago in the previous session of Parliament by the previous chair of the committee. It was a very interesting presentation. It's pretty much repeating it. And at the time I participated in the debate, and we agreed that it's an excellent overview of possible scope of operation, which is one segment of the area of work of foreign affairs. In reality, foreign affairs is the area where the scope of international cooperation is defined, and everything which comes on the next level. And the Act, of course, gives the entitlement for all the authorities to conduct their business, like in any other act. But when it comes to the activities, the committee itself, Foreign Affairs Committee, has the area of operation. The ministry has the area of operation. The department in the administration to the head of nation has the area of operation. So these operational guidelines, they are very important for all the branches. So while the legislation maintains the scope, the mandates to the bodies in different branches are the operational documents. So I would like to take this opportunity, since I had to talk to clarify this confusion, to remind everyone that there are codes of the ministries. If you go to Asgardia Space government page on the website asgardia.space and open the government under the governance tag, you will find that all the ministries have the codes. And I also would like to remind that there's been a mandate from the head of nation, and it was also passed by the previous session of the parliament, that it has to be issued after there is an Act on Acts defining the operation of Parliament, there is Government Act defining operation of government, and there is a document of 12 areas where each area had to issue their own codes. So 12 ministries and 12 committees had to issue their codes, and ministries have issued their codes. So I would also encourage everybody engaged in the legislation development to go to the website when you refer to any ministry and consult the codes for the ministries. They have been issued some months ago already. Before, in the previous session of the parliament, they have been issued. So I strongly call upon everybody involved in the legislation of foreign affairs to consult if you want, if you consider that for some reason a regulation for ministries need to be mentioned in the act. I personally consulted the lawyers who assured me that codes and regulations for ministries are the next level documents. Acts define the scope for the nation, where the nation goes in that area. So if nevertheless the legislation would address also the mandate for the committees on foreign affairs, for the Ministry on Foreign Affairs, for the Department of Foreign Affairs and Administration, then at least please for the ministries do consult the codes which have already been passed. And that happened within the scope of the Government Act, which, as you voted it in, left the space for detailization of every ministry operation. So while I'll applaud the detailed work which has been done by the previous committee and the current committee, I still would like to emphasize that legislation ought to remain the legislation, not the regulation routine. So thank you very much for your enthusiasm, and I'm glad we had a chance to clarify this.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Normally, just to say that, and Alina knows this because she's a great supporter of the parliamentary system, that Parliament makes the laws. And also, this is a forum in which each and every member of the Asgardian Parliament can say what they want to say. There is no restriction on what you want to say, although the format for making our laws is well set out. And today we're not making laws. Today we are going through the first reading of core principles. And I wouldn't normally bring the proposer back in now, but in view of the Prime Minister's intervention, I will go to Ferda again now.
Başkanımın katılımından dolayı çok teşekkür
Thanks
ederim.
very much to the Prime Minister for her contributions. What I read was summarized as was sent to the Committee of Law, Committee of Justice, and it was approved by that committee. And only afterwards we presented this to the Parliament. And then we received another letter, cover letter, regarding the core principles. And let me read this. This is a kind of one-page explanation.
Core principles. This act will set initial framework to regulate practice of foreign affairs by the nation of Asgardia, establish bilateral relations with the nations of Earth and with the UN and its special agencies, develop a foundational framework for relations with and recognition by nations of planet Earth. The act will ensure robust evolution of foreign affairs related to the space travel and settlement of space. This act will also lay the initial foundations for the achieving these objectives. Asgardia Constitution, Chapter 2, Article 3, Mission and Core Stream Values, Chapter 7, Article 29, Foreign Relations. The content of legislation will include definitions, frameworks for bilateral relations with Earth nations, parameters for the achievement of global relations, and mutual recognition by Earth nations. Remember, membership of the United Nations Foreign Affairs Protocols responsibilities, and positions, foundational principles of foreign relations between states olarak bitirebilirim. Şimdi bizde
Now,
bildiğim hem hükümet hem devlet tarafı
as
var.
far as I know, we have both the government and the state side. We need to have the proper organizational structure because when we're talking about foreign relations or foreign affairs, as you can see in our brochures, we will be working with 6 committees. Therefore, whenever we take an action as foreign affairs, it's going to be an international action. We need to give a proper place to the foreign affairs. For us, reading the final document is like putting it into the official gazette. Yes, of course, we need to read the core principles, but we should make the people aware of the law so that they have a general idea about what they are voting for. I just wanted to provide information to our members of parliament, but these are the core principles that we will be voting on today. Thanks very much.
Thank you further. And the core principles were definitely there, and don't worry, that's what we know we're voting on. Everybody is clear on that, I hope. And if they're not, they can raise questions now. Speaking of which, John Fine.
Sorry, I haven't finished, and my phone keeps switching. I have an organizational request. Colleagues who present not in English, when you switch between English and not English, it's impossible for me, at least, maybe I don't know how to operate the system, it's impossible for me to follow the entire speech because I have to go between the original and the interpretation, and by the time I keep pressing buttons, I lose 10 to 15 seconds of what is being said. So may I kindly suggest, it's of course your decision, if you choose to speak in whichever your language, please do so. Or if you say that part of your presentation is anyway needs to be done in English, may I suggest you consider doing the entire presentation in English. I totally acknowledge that it's very important to maintain the multitude of languages which we technically support, but in my personal case, the content sharing is suffering, and which was now the case from me listening to Ferda. So I switched as fast as I could, but I missed some things.
Okay, Prime Minister, thank you. I'm sorry I didn't come to you, but I didn't see your hand up. Okay, well, we'll have to sort of think about that as a technical issue, but what the Prime Minister suggests may work. It's tricky for you. I've got to say that perhaps because my language that I'm set to is English, I had no difficulty in the switch between Turkish and English, but perhaps I'm just lucky. Anyway, we'll go to John Fine now because his hand is up.
Yes. Well, I just wanted to let the Prime Minister know that I was the one that had reviewed this act. Of course, was originally the act that was presented in the first Parliament, but I restructured it, and part of that restructure was reading over the codes in the on the Asgardia webpage under the ministry. I read over those codes. I also read over the minister's responsibility there. That's on that page as well. And the first part of the act is pretty much just out of respect of the old act that was developed. And the last part of the act was areas that United Nations considered to be important. And since one of our main goals is to be a part of the United Nations, since they consider those areas to be bare minimum of what a country should have in their law, I made sure they got put into this law. There were a lot of other things the United Nations suggested that didn't really pertain to us, but those areas did. and because they will be areas that we will be representing once we do start foreign relations with other countries. And that was my reasoning behind the restructure. I did look at those codes that you mentioned. I think that I captured them in the act. Not directly, but indirectly. So anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, John. Prime Minister.
The whole point of the acts was, of the codes, I'm sorry, was to make the next layer of document. It's the line of thinking. There is a Declaration of Unity, there is a Constitution, and then there are acts. So in my understanding, Parliament develops and approves acts and debates whatever it likes, definitely. Then, when the act is approved, it gives the scope for United Nations, in this case, for whatever possibly can be foreign affairs, with bilateral relations, with international organizations, all you can imagine. That's the scope. Then the next layer of document, there is a code or a regulation. So my whole point is that the code, which is a regulation, the scope for the operation of the ministry, is the next level document below the act. It's within the scope of the Government Act. So while I fully realize what you, John, are saying, that you have read it and it's not in contradiction, in my trivial citizen of Asgardia understanding, Prime Minister aside, the code is already passed, and the Foreign Affairs Act or whatever other act, it's the level above. So it does not need to include anything referring to the operational routines, how the ministry works. In the introductory part of the first reading document, it says that it enables, it gives the scope to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's mentioned there, correctly so, because this document is necessary to say that within the scope of the Constitution and the activities of the Government Act, the Foreign Affairs Act authorizes Foreign Affairs Ministry to act further. And what is the area of acting further? It's acting within the UN with whatever else. It's a scope. How to do it, the chapter on how to do it is effectively the code, which is already passed. So I'm not questioning the fact that it's correctly intended. What I'm saying that I would strongly recommend to define what document of which level deals with which scope. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's incorrect in intention or even in the way it's worded. So therefore, I express my concern that while this is as official as it gets, sitting of Parliament with voting for the scope document, which is the first reading, it might be misleading. And the way the debate is ongoing, I have a feeling that it is misleading. Because while it's excellent to discuss it, it seems to be the dominant line of thinking. While this is an excellent line of debate and thinking and brainstorming, but it's not at all the only area. And from what I see, being familiar with the documents, it's not even the most important area, because this area is actually already covered. That's all I'm trying to say. So I would encourage everybody to expand the scope of thinking, because the mandate, the framework which you are allowing Asgardia by defining this document for dealing with the UN, for dealing with whichever else organization you might think is important. It's the scope which is necessary, not the instruction how to do it. I'll be blunt enough to say I know how to write official letters. It's the mandate to write them which indeed needs detailing. How to write a business letter, me and my ministers are well aware of.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I'm a little bit reluctant to let this go into a debate between John Fine and the Prime Minister, but John Fine's got his hand up again. He likes putting his hand up, does John? And well, you're going to come back at the end further because you can wrap the whole thing up. But I'll let John have a word now.
Yes, and I'm in agreement with you. The the main ideal behind it was a reconfirmation of basically what's already known in a law, and put that reconfirmation into a law, because it's not in a law yet. It's only in a code. And a code, as you say, is not as important, or as it's below a law. So there's really nothing been put into law. And this was just like a reconfirmation. I think you're talking about the first half as far as ministry duties. You're not being specific, but the reasoning behind it was just like a reconfirmation of what's already known, and already practiced in many ways. So, yeah.
All right. Thanks, John. I think that what we got to keep reminding ourselves, and I'm grateful for the intervention from the Prime Minister, but we've got to keep reminding ourselves that this is the first reading. It's laying down the core principles of what is yet to come. And although some of the documentation we're seeing goes beyond the core principles, it nonetheless includes those core principles. And that is what we'll be voting on today. So we've got the detail to come. We're getting guidance from the Prime Minister, but we are effectively autonomous in our discussions today. But what she doesn't want to do, I'm just mind reading now, Prime Minister, is for us to go off on the wrong track. We're going to stick to our correct track, which is just the core principles. We've seen the core principles, and we're going to vote on them later today. And then next time we come back to Parliament to discuss the Act, it will be in its second reading format, which will be very different, but based on those core principles. And that's where we are. Remembering that we're getting guidance from the Prime Minister, who's well steeped in these processes. We're getting guidance from the Prime Minister, but we are democracy as far as Asgardia is concerned. We are the democratic level. But from us springs all the other appointments, like the ministers and so on. So, but we are democracy. So we're entitled to say what the devil we like, as long as we don't overstep the mark. And that's what I think Lena is saying. Don't overstep the mark. Remember, there are other things guiding us, but we can say what on earth we want, and we can set our core principles. We have, and remains to be seen whether that's passed. But if it is, then a draft to go forward to the second reading stage will then be prepared. And with that, all the input we need from the ministerial level, from the Justice Committee, and from everybody else will be incorporated, so that we get, hopefully, a well-honed act in what is an incredibly important area for the future of Asgardia. And I think that it's that importance which prompts the Prime Minister to get involved at this stage. I may be misreading, may be misjudging, but I think that's the case. And I'm going to let the Prime Minister say something now. I'm going to jump ahead of you further, because you're going to be summing up in a few minutes anyway. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. First of all, I am impressed with your mind reading. I hope you are as good in fortune telling. So I need a private session. I also would like, since you mentioned democracy, to remind myself that too much democracy kills democracy. Democracy works when common sense is applied. So we are saying what the hell we want, but actually we are also responsible for what we are saying. We're also building our reputation on what we are saying. So everybody is indeed free to act they want, but also with great rights come great responsibilities. The reason I really raised the hand was to respond to John at this point. I agreed with everything John said before. To the previous comment, unfortunately, I have to disagree with John's interpretation that the code is not as important as an act. I think, Peter, again, correct me if I'm wrong, because you're the only one here actually who are a lawyer. The documents are not more or less important. They belong in the structure and they serve their purpose. So it's like saying that the foundation of the building is more important than the roof. yes, there will be no roof if there is no foundation, but also there will be no purpose to foundation if you are not intending to put up the entire building. So I would, and while you can say that it's linguistics, I think it's not, because it's not, it's a hierarchy in a logic of the development of the legislation process and the logic of under scope of constitution, and constitution defines many areas as it will be covered by laws such and such, then is afterwards within the constitution there are laws, and the laws then get detailed explanations on how to act. It doesn't make them junior, it just makes them feel you're not questioning the heating in your house being less junior to your toilet, I'm sorry to say. So therefore, the question of putting the linear hierarchy, for me, this is totally misleading as a metaphor. So with this, I would like to disagree, because they all serve their purpose. You cannot say that your eyes are more or less important than your liver. So the same, and also I would like to comment about I understood what John said, that it was merely reflecting what's in the codes. Then, following this logic, again, I'm not questioning that it's wrongly or rightly copied, but if this is the logic that in a Foreign Affairs Act you want to replicate information from the code and raise it up to the act level, then you need to review the entire body of acts you have already passed and propose the amendments, including the codes from relevant ministries, like from the Code of Ministry of Justice to the laws which you passed for the justice system, for example. And I'm sure there will be more laws if we look into it, because laws have to be consistent and lawmaking has to be consistent. So it's either needs, if this is now the new approach that you take the approved codes and incorporate them for the correct reference as a chapter in the respective code, then I think it would be logical to review all the body of the laws which have been passed today and include the relevant chapters, including information about the codes where it's applicable to the ministries. It's either this or that. Otherwise, it's very inconsistent.
Thank you. We hear what you say, Prime Minister. The historian in me has to have a smile, because the debates which have got out of hand between the executive and the legislature are the sources of so many wars over the centuries, so many major falling outs and attempts to blow up houses of parliament in England and so on. And this will never happen in Asgardia. It just never, ever could. And everybody's entitled to have their say. And the points you raise are very valid. And the arguments we raise, I hope, have similar validity. But as you rightly say, we are all parts of the same body, and we march together as one body and not as separate parts. We don't want the arms going one way and the legs the other, to use another anatomical comparison. And thank you for your intervention. I think it is very much appreciated. It keeps us on the right track in the framework of making legislation. And that's what we want. Very much that's what we want. And I think if we wanted to change the way we do things, we'd have to bring in Jakob Muller as Santa Claus to bring us a present of a new system. We don't want a new system. We want to work our own system, and that's what we're going to do. And thank you, Prime Minister. Anybody else, before I bring further back in, anybody else want to make any comments or contributions? Thank you very much. You've had an awful lot to listen to, and a lot of complex language, in fairness, not just in Ferda's presentation and draft document, but also Ricky's before that. It's complex, it's difficult, and a lot of you are listening through interpreters, and I take my hat off to the interpreters. It's just not easy. And thank you for all their hard work, and thank you for yours. Ferda, would you like to wind up?
Şimdi chatte faydalandığımız kanunları...
Thank you so much. I'm sending you a link of the laws or the codes that we have utilized. Sorry, Ferda is muted.
Pardon.
Okay. Hello again. Hello again. First of all, I would like to thank all the comments for all the speakers. You can find a list of the governance acts or other types of documents in the chat part. And we have discussed all these issues with John a lot, so we can even forward you some of the emails or communication. But the idea of a meeting before the second reading is really logical, and we have, of course, an idea on this. This is how we, first of all, basically set forward, and we are open to any kind of mutual collaboration with the government, of course. And of course, we should move forward together with the government for sure, because we know that the assembly, the ministers, the government will have their, of course, own efforts. But of course, we should collaborate, and we are well prepared for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ferda. Now, can I just remind you all that you should all be going on to the voting page and voting. You can vote yes to support the core principles of the Foreign Affairs Act. You can vote no, or you can vote abstain. So you've got those three choices. Ferda would clearly like you to vote yes. I've not heard from anybody who's saying that they want you to vote no, but if you're not sure, then you can vote abstain. So, but please, the most important thing is for you to vote. I'm conscious of the fact that we've been going now for 2 hours, virtually for 2 hours. It's 10 minutes before the hour. I suggest we take a short break now to 5 minutes past the hour for comfort purposes, and then we'll reconvene in 15 minutes. Thank you all very much. Go and have a quick break.
Hmm. I think from here I'm gonna travel to Florida where Kenny is. That's beautiful.
Yeah, Florida's a good place.
Yeah, that's where he is.
Yeah, it's early morning there.
Gotta be 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning there.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Hey, Ada.
Yes.
Ada, you sent the working group people the meeting link also too, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I will resend it if you like to.
No,
Yeah, I
you
will.
sent it once. That's okay.
All right, thank you. I will.
I like your Windows sticker there, Jason. Just what every space station needs. Windows stickers.
And say Asgardia Space Nation, so we could put it in our car, right?
Well, those could be made.
As promotion. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, the kind you can see through from the inside.
Using so nice. Let me see. You see the back one? I'm inside the space.
Ses kontrol. Türkçe tercümanlar burada mı?
Hey.
Hello. I just came back again after a while. I missed most of it so far. Sorry about that. How far are we in the schedule, in the agenda?
We've had the first two readings.
Aha. Okay. So now it's your turn, I guess, then.
I'm last.
Oh, okay, of course, yeah. So it's first Ross and then you, John, and then
Yes.
there's Mark Bogan and there's Government Hour.
Yes.
Ah, very good. Okay, very good. Good. I'll I'll have to return to my family at the moment. I've got a very full house over here. Everybody is celebrating Sinterklaas, which is sort of the predecessor of Santa Claus. Anyway, lots of grandchildren playing with toys that they got, gifts, and of course lots of sweets. So everybody is hyperactive because of all the chocolate and all the sugar and everything.
Sounds very festive.
It is, yeah, it's great. But I have to be a bit of a how you say that host. So I'll return now and I'll come back in an hour or so. Then yes, okay,
Yeah.
bye.
All right. Yeah, it's very quiet here. Everybody's asleep.
I read so. Yes, I read all the things. It's quite early for a lot of people. I saw. Yeah.
Don't worry, when we finish here, we're gonna go to your place, Jacob.
Okay.
Yeah. Put a shrimp on the barbie for us.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Yeah.
quiet here. Started at I had to get up at 3:30 in the morning to make sure I got to the meeting, which was at 4 in the morning for me. So
Oh.
everybody was still asleep.
Oh gosh, yeah.
But people are just starting to get up now.
Very good. Okay, I'll come back in an hour or so. Yep.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Have fun, Jacob.
I'm not sure we have many people back. I think everybody's gone back to bed.
You are a little bit late, like 6 minutes, so normal. We extended the meeting.
Yeah, I was waiting.
I'm here.
Oh, good. Oh, yes, you are. Ariadne's here. I can see her. And Dr. Sally's been
waiting for you.
Though, trust me, slipping back into the covers and falling asleep again is tempting.
Yes, I could imagine that. I want to make sure everybody gets back before we start the next presentation.
Yeah, we are ready with a coffee.
I've got a soda.
Did people take a look at the space weather news? Apparently, there's going to be some pretty beautiful auroras due to some pretty strong solar storms.
All right. I hadn't seen that. Checking.
Well, I like to keep up with that kind of thing because I find it interesting. So I have to admit, my only major fear, besides us getting hit by a big rock, is if there should ever be another Carrington event. I'm not sure if you know what that is.
Doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay, a Carrington event is a solar storm so powerful that it can quite literally short out the Earth's power grid. It was in the late 1800s, and I forget the name of the individual, except for that his last name was Carrington. He's the one that observed it most closely. But in a long run, what happened was there was a solar storm so powerful that it created auroras so bright that people thought that it was daylight and were trying to go to work, even though it was the middle of the night. This was the time when we had telegraph rather than power lines and phones and such as we have it now. The storm was so powerful that it shorted out telegraph lines. They were able to run the telegraph system on the power roaring through those lines just from that solar storm. And some telegraph offices actually burst into flames because there was so much power going through those lines that they shorted out. There were telegraph operators who got shocked badly. And it was probably one of the worst electromagnetic storms the Earth had ever suffered from the time that we were keeping records. And it was due to a major solar storm.
Goodness me.
And it's called the Carrington event. You're right, Dr. Clark. It is called, basically, it is a storm that acts kind of like an EMP, but stronger.
I'm amazed you can remember that, Bridget, in the late 1800s.
You could actually study up on it. It's a pretty well-known fact.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just getting confused. I thought you were claiming that you were there. Really look very good for that age. Anyway, I think we better get cracking again. Now, I'm not altogether sure who's presenting the Digital Interface Act.
It's me, Peter.
I thought it might be.
Yeah.
Well, look, we'll have your lovely English dulcet tones. So you're on. Away you go.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a great sitting so far. I will just share my screen with you guys now. So there have been a few changes to this since we went over it in our last in the ALF. There was a concern that the name interoperability may be a bit too much of a a difficult phrase. So suggestion was made to call it the Digital Platform Interface Act. But since then, we've decided to call it the Digital Platform Compatibility Act, which is more synonymous with the term interoperability. So yeah, that was, I just wanted to make you aware of that change. Pretty much everything else remains the same. So I'm just going to go through the core principles and read out the articles and just give you a little bit of background on what they will pertain to. So first up, core principles. Understanding the importance of an integrated digital landscape for the prosperity and unity of Asgardia, the first space nation. This framework law is introduced to guide the design, development, and maintenance of compatible digital platforms that cater to Asgardians and bolster the nation's comprehensive digital integration. This framework law on digital platform compatibility is committed to shaping Asgardia's digital infrastructure as a model of unity, efficiency, and innovation. Emphasizing the seamless integration of all digital platforms, we ensure that Asgardians are provided with essential tools to shape, connect, and thrive in our pioneering space nation. The articles that will be covered, Article 1, definitions. This will define key terms such as digital platform, compatibility, and it's for, just making some clarity within the law. Article 2, principles, outlines the fundamental principles, including open standards, user-centric design, and data privacy. Article 3, technical standards and protocols, calls for the development of technical standards and protocols to enhance platform compatibility. And this can be bundled into the Asgardian Institute of Standards, for example. Article 4, accreditation and certification, establishes a requirement for accrediting third-party providers and ensuring their compliance with our standards. Article 5, periodic reviews and feedback, allows for biannual reviews and continuous feedback loops to improve the platform compatibility. Article 6 encourages partnerships with global entities to stay at the forefront of the digital technology. That's collaboration. And Article 7, public workshops and education, will focus on educating Asgardians to improve use and adoption of our digital platforms. And finally, Article 8, implementation. It discusses the establishment of a task force for implementing and monitoring. But as per our discussion earlier, this may be something that we strike moving forward. But for the time being, that article implementation is in there. So I'm not going to go into the rest of the document as some others have. I will share this with you so that you can have a read of it at your leisure, or we will continue through the process and we'll get to that in a later reading. Thank you, everyone. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ross. Anybody would like to ask anyone of Ross? I mean, it's very technical. I'm not an IT wizard by any stretch of the imagination, and I'm deferring to Ross on all matters of that sort. And I suspect a lot of us will be. But is there anybody who wants to make a contribution or ask any questions? Can't believe it. John Fine hasn't got his hand up.
Unacceptable.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's a thumbs up. I thought it was a hand up from Dan. Well, that was very short.
Ricky has his hand up.
Does he?
Always good to talk to you.
It doesn't come up in my system. Well, Ricky, you're more than welcome to speak. Go for it.
Okay. What international standards are you basing all this on?
So this is a framework law. It's not delving into any particular international standards, but we are looking to use and promote the adoption of open standards. So, this is something that can be defined, but generally, I would leave that to the ministers to decide how they want to implement that. Again, this is it's a framework, so we're not trying to be too prescriptive. So yeah, open standards would be the response, I guess.
Well, even by open standards, you still have to go by some sort of GDPR.
Well, in terms
or
of
what have you, because there's security issues involved in this. That's all I got to say on it.
When we expand it, and you can read the definitions, it will refer back to the Asgardian laws that we are creating. For instance, our own data privacy that your committee is responsible for. But again, we are laying out the framework here, and it will be further defined. But I don't want to become too prescriptive because it's for the ministers to decide how they're going to implement these things.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Now, Ferda had a hand up, but she's taking it down. So that's right. Good. John Fine.
Yes. Well, I've read this thing. I've read this act, and I'm absolutely 100% in support of it. I think Ross did an excellent job. I fully understand it. It's and there's definitely a need for it. So he has my support.
Thank you very much, John.
Thank you, John. Hola, Ariadne.
Gracias, Ross. Es un trabajo muy interesante.
Thank you, Ross. This is a very interesting work. What I would like to see is a lot of questions among the members of the committee and participation. I hope we can get that, because sometimes you say, okay, I'll do something, but we are also waiting on other people to participate, because your work is very professional. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ariadne. I agree. Participation is very important, and I would love to see all of our committee members and people outside of the committee also getting involved and sharing their thoughts and feedback, including our esteemed colleagues in the Justice Committee. So yes, I think that's a very important point you've raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariadne. And an open invitation from Ross to get in touch with them. There you are. Can ask for nothing more than that. Anyone else got anything that they want to say?
Jackson has his hand up.
I don't know what's the matter with this. I'm not getting the hands up.
It's Jason Berry next.
Oh, yes. Okay. He's got a black hat on. I can't see it for his hat. Jason.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. I want to ask you about your article I did 347. We talk about education, but how we be recognized internationally if we get certified through a graduation program.
So in terms of education, how it is implemented will be left up to the ministers. They will decide what kind of accreditations that we need to be compliant with, for example, international standards. However, I think that, again, this framework does not want to be too prescriptive in how these things are achieved, but it is important that they are achieved, because without some form of accreditation and standards, then we cannot have confidence that we are going to be able to deliver this, unified and interoperable approach.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that must have satisfied Jason, because he hasn't put his hand up to come back.
If I may, before we continue, I would just like to give just a quick example, as I did in the ALF, of this kind of this joined up approach, this interoperable or compatibility approach. So the key goal behind this is to ensure that our systems are all communicating information with one another efficiently, without any additional hardships for the people using these systems. So the example I want to give is of a sort of a medical situation where we may have a patient who has, multiple vectors to their healthcare. They may have a GP, a doctor, or a specialist, and they may have hospital appointments. Ensuring that all of these systems are connected, make sure that everybody has the most up-to-date information about the patient, which of course the patient will be able to control, to make sure that they're only sharing information that they want. Without having these systems joined up, what you end up with is a very fragmented a situation where healthcare provider A does not have the latest information about the medical treatments or the drugs that the patient is taking. Another example will be our own social media systems. For instance, we have Asgardia.space, we have Asgardia Social, we have Asgardia TV. Yet none of these websites share information with one another, which means as a user, I need to go to each website. I need to sign up to each website. I need to log into each website. These websites have no way of knowing that I'm an Asgardian resident. They have no way of knowing how much money is in my wallet. So when I'm saying compatibility and interoperability, we're talking about the ability of our systems to communicate seamlessly with one another. And this is going to be incredibly important in the future when we're all up in space. We have bases on the moon. We have, satellites. Everything needs to be able to communicate together. And that's what we want to ensure, that we are a technologically advanced nation.
Thank you, Ross. Further.
Çok teşekkür ederim. Burada dış seslerle ve zamanlamayla
Thanks very much. I have been experiencing some timing problems and noise problems. That's why I wanted to take the floor again. Sorry for that. I totally agree with Rose, and I want to work on this with the second committee. So thanks very much, Rose, for the work that you have done. And it's going to be a very detailed study. So wish you good luck.
Thank you very much, Ferda. Yes, I would welcome any support from yourself and from Jason, who's also expressed that he would like to be involved as well. And of course, any of my committee members will be more than welcome. You're muted, Peter.
Anyone else before I bring Ross in for summing up? Can't see any hands.
Benedetto has a question in the chat.
Benedetto has asked a question in this chat.
So Benedetto's question was, what do you expect as a pragmatic output from this act? And I feel I covered that in my example. The pragmatic output is that we will have joined up systems that can communicate information with one another to deliver a technologically advanced situation for our people.
that was a very good summing up of the of the points that we're actually voting on. Ross, it was a great summary of the core elements of your act. So well done. Anybody else?
I have a quick comment. I think it's an excellent idea. I just wanted to get everyone's mindset into what Ross is referring to. This sounds more like our own centralized internet. Majority of what we use right now is off of a central database, and it's just requesting access. So feasibility and designability is something that comes into mind, because as a developer myself, when you do sort of work on these sort of things, you need to set it apart from its predecessors and see what's different from it. So I'm looking at this as more of a creation of a centralized Asgardian internet. But I would definitely refer to you to see if there are any other requirements that would go into place that would make it a little bit more different.
All right, thank you very much. I know that sometimes I'm not seeing it, but it would be really helpful if you want to make a comment, if you put your hand up, because then you appear right in front of me, because I've got several screens I have to look at otherwise, because there are a lot of people online, which is wonderful, but I need the hand up, like Bridget's just done, so I'm going to call her in. Right, Bridget?
I was thinking of something that I've seen in multiple other sites, and I'm throwing it out here for your consideration, Ross. With this, what you said of making sure that the systems are compatible and they're integrated, several sites, if you log into their site, they will have links to basically click on to link that site with other sites. For example, there's one site that I go to where it asks, do you want to log in as your Facebook user, or do you want to log into the site by itself? I always click on as a Facebook user so that I can link the two sites together, because it's a game, admittedly. So I can save my work using my Facebook account. In the similar vein, what if we used it where, say we had our Asgardia page and we had Star Shop, where Star Shop could go, do you want to log into just Star Shop, or do you want to use your Asgardia account? In such manner, those two become linked, and maybe doing it that way where we can log in using our credentials as an Asgardian might be a way to integrate them. But that's just something I've noticed from other sites, so I could be wrong. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Ross, do you want to hold your comments till the end? Because Sarah's trying to get in, and
I don't know if I'll be able to remember everyone's questions, but I'll try.
Good lad. Right, Sarah. I think you're muted, Sarah.
Am I? Sorry. Can
No,
you hear
you're
me
on
better
now.
now?
Yeah.
Okay. Just for my own personal understanding, this is kind of like the brain that relays information to all the different parts of the body, right? So it's the act that creates the framework for the communication, not necessarily how and who and what the mechanism of communication is going to be. I just want to make sure that I understand what I'm voting on.
Okay, Ross.
Yes, you do understand that correctly. Oh, please excuse me one moment. I'm really sorry. Someone's just come to the door. Peter, stall for me.
Was there anything else you wanted to raise, Sarah? Or would you like me to sing you a song to pass the time? But if I do that, everyone will leave, so I perhaps better not.
Oh, come on. Let's hear you sing. I really love to hear you sing now.
I should have had a tape of my late wife ready, and I could have played that, because she wasn't.
Sorry, I do apologize.
Oh, there we go. Ross is back.
Yeah, so I'll just address those 2 points. So Bridget, it's a great example of one sort of method of compatibility. Having a website be able to speak to another website to say, give me this person's user information. That's a perfect example. As for this act, it is a framework. We will not be specifying granular detail. We're not going to say, use this system, use this standard. We're going to say, we need this. We need it to be able to do this. And how the ministers decide to do it, that's up to them.
Okay. I don't see any more hands at the moment. So do you want to sum up, Ross?
Yes, so in summation, this is a great step to ensure that we have all the systems in place that we need and that they work as we need them to work. So I'd love your support on these core principles and, of course, collaborating with everybody who's spoken up so far.
Great. Oh, and I've now got another hand up. We've already submitted, but it doesn't matter. We got on, and Jason's got his hand up as well. We've got them queuing up now. Jason. Can't hear you, Jason. There we are.
Okay.
Can you? Go ahead, Jason.
I should roll it down. Should we use our own server or do the server from web department? Because I want to make sure how we be able to do research to build a website. Because I don't know if you can use it on a database or separate server, but connecting with the user information for, because if you use a database on a server through that, we have all the data that you can add a website on a database. Would that work?
Yeah, well, that's. I think that's a little bit more detail than we need for core principles. But do you want to comment on that, Ross?
I think there's good arguments for both. The reason that I would lean towards using our own server is because that will give us the practice we need for when our servers exist on satellites in space. I do think that it will be up to the ministers to decide how it's implemented. For example, if we start out using something like Google Cloud or AWS, that's probably going to be cheaper. But yeah, I think it's a consideration for the ministers ultimately.
All right. Thank you very much. Now then, I'll get this wrong. Ikiobi.
Hi there. So just referencing what we were talking about, the build is definitely something that's feasible. My worries are if we are making reasonable leeway for platforms that have already been developed and how we are going to set about working with the data from those platforms already that are already related to Asgardia. Because we also do have to consider companies, private companies as well. And if it's a regulation that we are, I wouldn't say prescribing, but something that we are allowing people to utilize. And what's the difference between having the worldwide internet compared to having something standard like this? And if there are regulations against that aspect, because that's something we're going to have to consider if we are implementing this as a solution.
Thank you. Again, just to remind you that we are debating really the core principles rather than the detail. But when you have specific questions, then that's fine. But we're talking about the core principles, which Ross set out earlier. Ross, do you want a quick comment in response to that before I bring in further?
Yeah, so specifically, we are talking about systems that are made for Asgardia. We're talking about systems that Asgardia wants to build itself. And we're saying that if you want to make a system for us, or if you want to build a system, then it needs to adhere to these principles. In terms of backwards compatibility, we're not talking about creating a new internet. We're talking about making sure that we use existing technological channels to ensure that our systems can talk to each other. A great example of this would be an API, where I can send a query to a database and I can pull information from that database into my system, so that we all now have that information. So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're trying to make sure that we have best practices and the latest technology, so that everything can integrate and work together seamlessly.
Thanks, Ross. Further. Further. There she is.
Teşekkür ederim. Entegrasyon evet
Thanks very
önemli.
much. Yes, integration is important. This is going to be a technical recommendation. In the sign up screen or login screen, we can have a kind of privacy explanation, which says that this and those data will be shared with this website, and that will solve the problem. We don't need to make huge changes. I think this could be handled by making some small changes. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Further. Now I'm going to bring in Ross to do to wind up the debate, and then I'll be calling on a certain Lembidopic who has reappeared, and I'll hand back over after we finish this debate. So, Ross, do you want to make a summary?
Yeah, so I'll just address Verda's point first. The great thing about this is it will work with our existing and proposed data protection laws, because everybody who will be sharing information with everybody else is going to be bound by those responsibilities, by laws like GDPR. So I know that if I'm sending information to you, you have to protect that data as well. Absolutely, there's going to have to be, correct legislation in place. But again, this is more making sure that we are putting it upon ourselves to make sure that we have these systems. So, we aren't saying that we're going to be prescribing anything specific. It's a framework law, so it's a bit more general. And we're putting out these points, as I outlined in these articles, to kind of compel Asgardia to ensure that it's doing everything it can to have these connected systems, which is just better for everybody. It's faster, it's more efficient, it's got information sharing, it's going to help out the end user, and it's going to be important for our future. So yeah, I would love your support, and I will love to go through these definitions in detail when it gets to that stage, to help everybody kind of see more clearly what the vision is.
Lovely. Thank you, Ross. Can I just remind you all, we're voting on the core principles, and you should ensure that you vote if you are in support of those core principles, which Ross set out at the beginning of his presentation, then vote yes. If you're against them, then vote no. And if you're not sure, vote abstain. But please do vote. It is important, and we need your votes to count. And now, at great expense to the Parliament of Asgardia and its Vice Chair in particular, may I introduce to you the Chairman of the Parliament, Mr. Lembidovic.
Thank you very much, Peter, and thank you for a job well done. Just 2 points. I was following proceedings while I was in the other meeting. We have gone a long way past the first reading content. I think in future we'll have a pre-meeting just to make sure that everyone is aligned. It's good that people have so much detail. It's probably more detail than we needed today, but I could see that the debate was very effective. What you're voting on, just to emphasize what Peter Morn has said, you're voting on the first reading, that's the core principles and overview of content, not the details. So for the three that we've covered now, Information Safety and Security Cyber Act, Foreign Affairs Act, and the Digital Interface Act, it's only the core principles we're voting on. At second reading, if they are passed at first reading, we go into more detail. Thank you, everybody. And thanks, Peter. That was very helpful. I could not avoid the meeting that I have had. It was in the diary for 5 months. And that's finished. I'm here for the rest of the session today and tomorrow. We've got one more item here, and we have been running now for 2 hours, 45 minutes. I suggest we have one break now. After that, we'll have a 20-minute break till 5 past the hour in most countries. 5 past the hour. It's 12:46 GMT, so we'll start, well, let's say at 13:05 GMT. Then we'll do the Digital Properties Act with John Fine. Then the preliminary financial overview, if we can have that today. Then the government hour, and then we'll have the close. I estimate we have about 2 more hours to run. So that means we will probably be finished at about 1500 UTC, 1500 UTC, maybe a bit earlier. That's my guess. We will certainly be on time. So let's have a short break. This is the only break we have today. Let's give everyone the chance to get your cup of coffee or your sandwich. And then we will continue with John Fine and the Digital Properties Act. I'll be here. Thank you very much again, Peter. You're obviously cold. Put the heating on, Peter. Put the heating on. You've got snow up there, I think, at the moment.
It's on. It's been snowing and it's freezing. Yeah.
I had to go out to the meeting and come back, so I know it's cold. -2 in London. So I'll see you in 18 minutes, 5 past the hour, and John Fine will be up next. I'm leaving everything on. You'll see me. I'll be muted, but I'm talking to my team. Right. Okay. 5 past the hour. Thank you, everyone.
Sorry for the furball going back and forth in front of my screen. He's determined to get attention.
There will be no pets in space, Bridget. You know this.
We're humans. Trust me, there will be pets.
Oh. Well, I don't want to say anything. We can have pets we can eat. We can have pets we can eat. I'm just going to do a couple of calls. I will be here, though.
Like I said, we're humans. Trust me, we'll end up with our pets. It's just human nature.
I agree.
His name is Star. He's a rag doll. He's being very clingy this morning. What am I talking about? He's clingy all the time. Oh boy.
Let me grab a coffee and come back. See you.
See ya.
And watch out for them lightning bolts. You know, Florida's good for them. It looks like you're going to get some.
Where I live here in Wisconsin, during storms, we get quite a bit ourselves.
Hey, Kiniko, haven't seen you in a while.
Okay, let's carry on. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Can anyone? Can you hear me?
Good. Thank you.
Sorry, I had
Yes.
the wrong system on there. Thanks,
Yeah, I
everybody.
can hear you.
Apologies also, we've had 2 breaks instead of 1. That was because I didn't check Peter's message. But there we go. You've had extra time off today. That's great. Thank you, everyone. Right. We've been through a lot of things already. We have done, and welcome back to our interpreters as well. So we go to the second and the third and final session today. We've covered Information Security Cyber Act, Foreign Affairs Act, Digital Interface Act. To be clear, we are voting on the first reading on each of those, not the whole document. The next first reading we'll talk about is the Digital Properties Act, and that's John Fine. After that, we'll go to the government, and then we'll close. I expect we will be finished in about 90 minutes, probably. Might be sometime between 90 minutes and 2.5 hours. That's what I think we'll be doing. Right, John, over to you. John, thank you for being up for early and still being up now. I really appreciate it. So over to you.
Thank you, Lambert. I appreciate that, and appreciate your kindness. Okay, well, let me share my screen.
Just while John's sharing his screen, just to be clear, what we're voting on is what has been shared, not the whole documents. So just, I apologize for the confusion. I should have been clearer. We only are voting for the first reading, core principles, and overview of the articles. Everything else is to be debated at second and third reading. So John, back to you.
As always, I like to start off a little video. This was in response to Lambert saying I didn't give enough time for the traditional view, but this lady really does do an outstanding job of explaining what this act is about. So, and I will let her explain.
Intellectual property, or IP, a very misunderstood topic. It's not a very exciting topic, but there are 4 different types of IP, and it's very important to understand the 4 types of IP. First, the patent. People always talk about patents. You hear people saying, oh, I have this great idea, I'm gonna patent that. Oh, this is a great name for this product, I'm gonna patent that. It's very misunderstood. Patents are basically the right to exclude other people from making whatever you've created. There are some crazy patents. For example, there's actually a patent for a bird diaper. That would mean that if anyone other than that person decided they were going to make a bird diaper, that person could have stopped them from making the bird diaper. But the way it works is it's an exchange with the government. You're excluding other people from making your bird diaper, but you have to disclose how that bird diaper is made in detail. It's online, it's at the USPTO. You have to disclose that, and then after your patent runs out, which could be anywhere from 14 to 17 years to 20 years, depending on when you got your patent, At that time, the rest of the world can just go right ahead and make bird diapers. So there are two types of patents. There's the utility patent and then there's design patents. But the whole thing to understand about it is it doesn't give you the right to make whatever you've created. Because, for example, with our bird diaper, there might be something that's used in that someone else has a patent on. So you might have to go and ask them for the use of their, let's say, Velcro adhesives for the bird diaper. Now, that can get really complicated. And this patents is an area, there's just been a huge change in the law in the US, and it's an area that you must consult with a professional, and often that is a patent attorney. Understanding that you're not going to patent a name gives you a little bit more information. What are you going to do with a name, though? A name is something you can trademark, you can copyright. A trademark is something, one of the most famous trademarks would be Coca-Cola, Apple. These are brands. So what you're doing is that trademark for Coca-Cola on the bottle tells you that if I pour the contents of that bottle into my glass, I, as a consumer, am protected. I'm not going to get Pepsi. I am going to get Coca-Cola. That's the deal that is made. So the exchange is Coca-Cola pays for that trademark, they have the right to use it, and as long as they renew it, they get to keep using it. Now, Coca-Cola is a really great example of a trade secret. So a trade secret is often used instead of a patent. So if you think about the recipe for Coca-Cola, that has been around for over 100 years. If they would have patented the recipe and the process for making Coca-Cola way back when, it would have long since been an expired patent, and then everyone in the world would know how to make Coca-Cola. So what they do instead is they keep it as a trade secret. You don't necessarily have to go to an attorney to protect a trade secret because there isn't any way of filing like there is for a patent, a trademark, or a copyright. So with trade secrets, you do have to consult with a professional to make sure that however you're protecting it is proper and will meet whatever state law it applies to you. Now, with Coke, they do something really cool with it. They actually have divided up the secrets so there's very few people who know the entire process. There's restaurants where there's secret recipes, and you'll actually have different kitchens where part of the process is done in one kitchen, part of the process is done in a different kitchen. There's many people who say, well, hey, I don't have any trade secrets, but things like customer lists, supplier relationships, these are trade secrets. Know-how about how you put together your software, trade secret. So with trade secrets, they're basically free to protect, but the very important thing about them is once the cat's out of the bag, that's it, no more trade secrets. So it's a pro and con between trying to patent something and keeping it as a trade secret. A final piece of IP is copyrights. Copyright does not mean the right to copy. So what it means is that once I write something down, once this video is recorded, someone has copyright in this video. And then that doesn't mean that nobody can copy it. What it means is that you have to figure out what are the permissions of use. For example, there's a great site, Creative Commons, where people put things on there, photographs and videos, and people can come and use them once you read the permissions. So the copyright is with the author. It lasts for the life of the author plus a number of years that keeps increasing. So as an author, you don't really have much to worry about during your lifetime, but then it becomes really interesting after someone dies. And a really good example of that is with Walt Disney, because the things that Walt Disney has created are all copywritten, but Walt Disney has passed away many years ago. So a lot of people refer to copyright as kind of the Disney law because the years after the author's death keeps getting bigger and bigger. So those are the 4 types of IP. You have your patents, your trademarks, and your copyrights, and your trade secrets. And for those of you who are still watching, thank you. And you might want to ask yourself, why? Why do I care about this? Because actually almost half the value of most companies in the US and the EU is intangible assets. And those intangible assets our intellectual property. It's the patents, the trademarks, the copyrights, and the trade secrets. So make sure that you understand what those things are so you can make sure that you protect them.
Good. All right. This, of course, is the Digital Property Act, first reading. The core principles or objectives. This legislation aims to protect the rights of those who create original works, including art, culture, inventions, and identification marks, to stimulate innovative technologies, artistic expressions, designs, and economic growth. The essential tools for protecting intellectual property rights are copyrights, patents, trademarks, and digital properties. The legislation will define intellectual properties and their relationship to Asgardia Nation and to terrestrial communities, set up the interface between the nation of Asgardia and international physical and digital intellectual property communities, and protect Asgardia Nation properties and its residents. The articles that will be covered in the Act: registered intellectual properties, which just goes over basic registration. Digital property. Now, she said there are 4 types of IP, and this act does go over trade secrets as well. But in Asgardia, there are 5 types of IP. And one of those types, which is what I consider the highlight of the act, is digital property. And this is a subject that United Nations and WTO, but right now there's a lot of diplomats and representatives from other nations in conversation about digital property because they believe the laws as they're written no longer cover a lot of the new modern technologies and whatnot that we are progressing to. A lot of they've actually backed this up with court cases and what have you. And so now there's a push to come up with an additional IP under digital property. Well, we have already done this, so we're already ahead of the world in this act. Its framework, of course, it doesn't go into great details. I'm sure those details will come out when the ministers use the act to do whatever needs to be done with intellectual property. But at least we have a framework to take us into the next century. Because the next century, we're talking really advanced technologies. We're talking AI. We're talking blockchain. We're talking microchips. There's even talk of microchipping a person's brain, and advanced robotics, and there are just so many different digital avenues coming in our future that many of these are not covered under the current IP. And the digital property, of course, would be a way that those things would be covered. Of course, copyrights. And she did a very good job of explaining copyrights. Patents, she did a very good job of explaining those. Trademarks, same thing. Article 6 is artificial legal person. This basically is also a article that pertains to the future mostly, and how these advanced technologies are going to be integrated, and how they will talk to one another, and how they will be used from one system to another, to another, to another, to another, etc. And this article here helps cover some of those connections. Other provisions is just kind of goes into detail. If there's confusion as to what is what, it explains it in other provisions. Original authorship rights. It's basically what it says. Original authorship rights. Moral authority. This is goes over the moral authority of the owner of IP, which is very important. Right of attribution. I did have another word there, but that word is, unfortunately, there's a word here in the US that word's used for that means something totally different. And so I took that word out and just used attribution so that there would be no confusion. Right of integrity, and that's the integrity of the intellectual property and the rights people have under that integrity. Asgardia Nation intellectual protection. This just basically goes over how Asgardia is going to be protected. Asgardia Nation confidential information. And this is where the trade secrets and whatnot come into play. And it goes over those that IP trade secrets and other confidential type IP. Intellectual property infringement. It just goes over a basic view of what infringement is. Asgardia intellectual property security. This goes over details of security to protect the Asgardia and to protect Asgardia citizens. And I'm going to give a little bit of an overview. I'm not going to go into detail. I just want to go over a few key things. Okay. Now, the legal basis, I didn't go over that, but basically the legal basis is the Constitution. And that if you want specifics, that can be found in Chapter 3, Article 10, Chapter 4, Article 15, and Chapter 6, and most of those articles in Chapter 6. The core principles we already went over. Basically, these right here are the same core principles I read earlier. It's just in a number format. We discussed in ALF certain items because of the opposing view that I presented in the ALF, which was a entirely different view than what most people think of intellectual property. But in that view, I felt and others felt that there should be something added, and they suggested maybe. So I wanted to go over those that was brought out in the ALF. And let's see. And that was here, because I did not really put any time limits in the act, basically. So what I've done, there's really no way for me to determine what time limits are going to be put on IP. That's something the minister has to do. But what I did do is here it says all relevant Asgardian authorities shall manage Asgardia copyrights, patents, trademarks, digital properties according to the appropriate protocols and procedures that must include. And I give a little must include a registration, of course, process, an explanatory process, a financial process, including fees, a legal process, including dispute settlements and legal precedent. And I added a time limit process, how long it's suitable for, on each IP type to include any bulk IP randomized portfolios an entity might register. And I felt that was important enough to bring it out. It doesn't really go into details. Like I said, the ministers will have to determine that for themselves, but it opens the door for that discussion. Okay, and the last item, most of this is just standard what you would see in, because I used a lot of international provisions and IP to write most of this, coming out of the United Nations. And I do that with a lot of my acts. I use a lot of the United Nations information because the United Nations, they are trying to get everybody on the same sheet of music, and where we're all using the same language in our laws, so that when you go to one country and you go to another, the laws are pretty much the same. And United Nations have been really big on trying to make that happen. So, but the one thing that come out in the meeting that I wanted to show was under and I put it under security. And the original act only had 15.3. Under 15, it only had 4 provisions under Article 15. This one has 4, and I added this one right here. Okay, and it was because of that opposing view and because of suggestions made on the LF. But it says intellectual property registered with Asgardia must not monopolize or hold ransom against Asgardians or the Asgardian Space Nation for monetary purposes. Intellectual property related to life essential services or products must remain proportionately manageable and justified on all economic and availability spectrum aspects. Asgardia government, in essential emergencies, can take possession of any IP necessary to ensure its citizens and residents' safety and security. And I thought, to me, that seems reasonable to have that included. Especially because I think our government should have the ability to, especially since we're going to be in space and there may be a situation where we ain't got time to sit there and talk to lawyers and judges and all these other things concerning some IP that is an emergency, essential to Asgardia, that needs to be, a decision needs to be made right then, right there. And that's why I included that, so that at least there is a provision in the act that covers that particular area and gives our government the ability to do that. Okay, and let's see here. had this all figured out.
Sanat, we'll come to you once John is finished.
Okay. Basically, there wasn't nothing else to go over. But anyway, I went over the core principles. I went over the articles that will be in the act, and I went over some minor areas that were brought up in the ALF. And that's pretty much what we have at this point. This is a joint effort between, of course, Trade and Commerce and Equity and Resources. And I'm ready for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, John. Just to be clear, once again, we are voting only on the first principles as shared with colleagues in the documentation for this sitting. John's gone into more detail, and obviously we can return to that for second reading. But we're voting on core principles and the overall nature of the articles, basically the first half of John's presentation. Let's go to Sanat and then Ross. Sanat.
Thank you. Thank you, Limbit. A couple of sort of, I wouldn't even say questions, but, inquiries from John. Firstly, I mean, I'd like to understand exclusive digital IP in the sense that what is the concept of digital cyberland or digital art? Art is already can be made into a IP or into a right, but how would you define a digital provision for a property which is not on land? IP for an intellectual property is understandable. IP for even art would be understandable. A painting which is done digitally can be patented. But how would you, I don't know, I'm not very clear. Is there a concept of a digital property which does not belong to land? Can you explain that? Thank you.
Interesting question, John.
Yes. Well, absolutely. Yes. Well, okay, let's say blockchain, for instance. Nobody really thinks of that as an IP. However, let's say Asgardia uses blockchain to communicate from point A to point B, and also during that time, that blockchain goes to an AI. This AI is advanced. It actually is set up to know certain things, do certain things, to even maybe create certain things. And then let's say that goes to an advanced robotic system on the moon, and a lot of this that I'm talking about, or say it goes to a microchip that's in somebody's brain, a lot of that IP that goes into that, there may be IP in the chip, in the process, in the communication, in what the AI creates. And there's really no IP laws currently to cover all that. At least that's what's being said in a lot of the meetings. I would recommend anybody to go to the United Nations, and there's information on this where you can actually watch their meetings and see what they're discussing. But and not cover it in the kind of manner that traditional IP has covered us so far. And so this digital property is for that other stuff that yet even may not even happened yet in the future, and the way these new digital technologies are going to interface with one another. And a lot of that's beyond our understanding right now, because we really don't understand how all these things are going to interface with one another. But at least we have a framework to cover that process, because we're looking into the future. And so that's where the digital properties comes in. And that's the best explanation I can give you. It's just that there's so many different ways that digitized, I mean, which we're going to be communicating almost 100% digital once we go to space, and so it covers the areas that have yet to be materialized fully, because we're just now in this new digital age, and we're just starting to understand some of the things, and that this new digital age is going to bring us, and a lot of that process is not covered under a traditional type IP. And so that's the best explanation I could give.
Thank you,
No,
John.
yeah, may I?
Go on then.
Yeah.
Go on.
So basically, what I was saying was, even a thing like blockchain is a process. It's like a paper trail, a blockchain trail. No difference, excepting that blockchain is on internet. It's in the cloud. It's somewhere. It can be retrieved. I'm talking more of something like, I don't know what, digital property which is exclusive to a digital world and not available on the earth. Is there a concept of that, I own a space in Asgardia, which I bought, and I can sell it. I have a little shop in Asgardia. The shop is not available on earth anyway, but that's my property, and I can sell that, I can buy that. Now that's what a digital property would be all about, in my view. Can you sort of elaborate on that? And then who registered? I steal your shop. Where do I go? Do I go to Asgardia court saying that, listen, somebody stole that shop? They have, hacked it. So it's a digital shop. It is not a shop which exists in physical form.
John?
So can you clarify this, please? Thank you.
John?
Well, it depends. If it's a physical shop, that would be covered under a more traditional IP in your own country, right? Now, if it's digital, and let's say that you want Asgardia you want to register it in Asgardia, then that could be covered under the digital property, because it would just cover the digital aspect of it. And that's what the digital does. Something as simple as a shop, yes, that could be covered under it, of course, but it was actually put in there for more advanced technologies that have yet to come to full term yet. And like I said, this is a hot topic in the United Nations right now, because they're seeing how there are aspects of IP that won't be protected through traditional means. And they're actually starting to witness some of that too. And these are like major court cases that are being fought in court over digital assets. And because of loopholes in the old laws of trademark, patent, and copyright and even trade secret, these people are getting away with it. And so they're like, okay, we need to change our laws to include something digital, to include the future of digital, and how those systems are going to integrate with one another. And just going over what they've already discussed, I came up with just a very basic version of what that might look like, and so that Asgardia is covered under that.
Yeah. So say let's give you an example of Sky Shop. If somebody wants to buy shares of the existing owners of the Sky Shop, how will they register the sale? Mr. X wants to buy Mr. Y's shares in the Sky Shop. Okay. Now, can you explain within the context of your legal proposal, how will it take place? And what will be the legal backup to it if there's a problem? They go into Asgardia's court, I presume.
Well, I mean, if it's Star Shop, that's simple because Star Shop's under a contract, and Ben Dale is the owner of that contract, so they would have to go through him to establish shares if they wanted to buy them. And there are many, and the act does address that some things will be done under contract, and the contract, whatever that contract is, it supersedes all provisions within the act. Okay.
No.
A contract.
No.
A contract is specific to a person and to a company and to an action if that contract has been agreed upon by all parties that are involved in that contract. Then that contract is the legal precedent for that particular item. Okay. And
we're getting into a bit of
I want to
wait a minute, Sanat, we're getting into a bit of a dialogue here, and we're going beyond.
I want to put a
first
supplementary
reading.
to it.
Okay,
let him continue.
Okay,
One
briefly.
supplementary. Yes, the contract is valid, but if the contract has an issue, a problem, where do they go? Do they go to Asgardian court? Is it a registered contract with Asgardia?
Wait a minute.
We already have laws that cover that. We have dispute resolution law that covers any kind of dispute or of contract. So that's already covered in a law that's already been passed. So yes, that's where you go. You go to the Dispute Resolution Act, but and it covers.
I want to move on because we're getting very much into a lot of detail there. Let's go to Ross. Ross, Jason,
Thank you,
Ariadne,
Linda.
Ferda, Ricky. Ross.
Yeah, John, I just wanted to say great presentation, very educational. I really like the sort of forward-thinking nature of this legislation, thinking about things like AI and how that's going to integrate and what the rights of people are from AI produced work. Also a very big fan of this idea that we don't want people hoarding IPs, so yeah, I'm glad to see that kind of made its way in following the ALF. Really looking forward to see how it's going to evolve in the next readings. And yeah, great job. I'll definitely be giving this my support. And just a final follow-up is that I think there is a big question around digital property. And I think there's a difference between an IP which is an intellectual property, and a digital property. So to give you an example, if I owned a piece of virtual real estate, I could sell that piece of virtual real estate to Jason Berry, just as I could sell a painting to Jason Berry. But that doesn't mean that I can reproduce that painting because I'm not the artist. I don't own the intellectual property rights for that painting. So I think there's a big distinction that needs to be kind of understood there. And one of the things that I hope to do is to actually start looking at developing a virtual real estate act, so that Asgardians who are inhabiting the virtual space will have certain rights over their property and what they do with it. But again, it should not be confused with intellectual property.
Thank you very
That's
much.
fine. That's fine.
Thanks very much indeed. Let's go to Jason, Ariadne, further Ricky. So Jason, you're next.
Oh, I typed it to make more clear. So you should read it.
Okay, is that it? Okay. Ross?
That's it.
Okay. I mean, let's just be clear. We're actually still only talking about the first reading. We're going into a lot of detail here, but I think that we will get into the detail a little bit later on in our research into the legislation, and at the next reading, if it gets approved now, we can go to the absolute details. But Ross, do you want to say anything to that?
Yeah, to answer his question, I'm going to have to use one of Ross's lines. That will be determined by the ministers, of course. The details, like he said, this is a framework law. It only sets the framework, and the ministers will actually hash out the specific details of how property will be protected, how long it will be protected, et cetera, and so forth. So I left that up to the ministers. So the parties who, or the ministers, or any party that's involved in intellectual property, basically, it just says those relevant to intellectual property, and yeah. But it's a good question, Jason. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Jason. Ariadne, further Ricky. Ariadne.
Muchas gracias. Yo recuerdo hace unos días.
Thank you very much. I remember a few days ago, the beautiful places where they sell like Christmas stuff and like really nice shops in Germany. They're not putting music, for example. And people are like really not really they're finding it weird because they would buy something and they had music. But the problem is the intellectual property of the music had a very high rate for people that are using that kind of music and that are selling in those little shops. I remember that I wrote in one of my books that one of the advantages of Asgardia is that thanks thanks to the fact that we are all over the place, we're all over the world, we can take part in the different activities that we organize because we are like extended everywhere, like a service, and this could be very convenient if we think about the reflections of Jason Berry. What would happen if we put our patent office in Madrid or Germany, and like example I just gave you. I think people that are thinking of stay, I would like to think that an idea that we are living right now. 2 decades ago, maybe NASA was NASA, and it was like very important, and they're still. But right now, they're collaborating with NASA, with Lisa, with everybody. And in between all of them, they're creating something very positive that maybe Luca could expand a little bit more on that in the future. But maybe uniting our efforts, we can share the costs. I think that would be a great alternative for us. Thank you, John, for your presentation. 15 pages with like with information that is very good. When I see the lady talking, very American, and how the intellectual property is seen in my country, you don't suffer because somebody is like stealing the diaper of a bird from somebody. You just see the registry of somebody. You go to the website in our country, and then you see that that name is already registered. I'm not gonna extend too much, but I think I'm gonna tell you that when you use artificial intelligence to make a picture, I told my person that helps me that mm, like to create a house in another planet. Amazon asked me with which artificial intelligence program do you use, and just tell me here. If the book sells, then that would be, the money would be shared with the people that help me. But it's already in the software. I just said, thank you to Copilot. Those are interesting examples and how the dynamic of intellectual property in the world is changing. Thank you.
John?
Yes, thank you, Ariana. That's very insightful as always. You always have some great words of wisdom to share with us. And thank you for your support, of course. I noticed in the chat, Jacob Mulder says, indeed, Jason, Minister Ben Bell already has a good relation with such an international Earth IP registering company, which I know that he does. And I am not going to, this is just an assumption, speculation, but I would imagine that that Bendel will integrate that with Asgardia.trade somehow on his portion, and come up with a good system. But I do say that there is room in the act that gives Asgardia exclusive to have its own intellectual property and its own registration system developed as well. So that also is a possibility. But again, we will see. This is only the framework, and the ministers will have to build the rest of the house, or the rest of government will have to build the rest of the house to really see how the house is going to mature. Now, I will say that Ross Cheesewright gave a perfect example of why I integrated the digital properties. And Ross, I thank you for that. That was an outstanding example. And like I said, there's already legal battles internationally concerning some of the stuff that Ross said. And because of the fact that nobody's actually defined digital property. So Asgardia is going to be ahead of the game. We're going to actually have the framework for digital property. So I want to say that we're going to do it first. So
that's the kind of fighting talk I want to hear, John.
Yeah.
Good. Further, Ricky, and then briefly Sanat.
Kesinlikle katılıyorum
I
John'a.
totally agree with John. We are ahead of the game. And in terms of the digital identity, from time to time, we see some people who have very strong digital identity, albeit they have a very weak real identity. From time to time, we see digitally transferred football players, and we see some people who have more digital property than their real property. We can see corporations, association, individuals like that, thanks to their digital identity, they manage to produce digital wealth, and we will be registering that. And inside the digital platforms, people will have their own endless number of identities, digital identities, and they should be protected legally. And within these identities, their shops, their contracts, business contracts should be protected actively by Asgardia. So John Fine's law will be very helpful in terms of these issues. Thanks very much, John.
John?
Thank you, Ferda. I appreciate that, of course, and all the great help that our friends in Turkey have given us. So, especially my good friend Ferda. As long as she don't feed me fish soup, I'm good to go. That's an inside joke between me and her.
Yeah, on that basis, moving swiftly on to Ricky, then finally Sanat. Ricky.
Fish soup's good. Anyway, John, for if a person's selling, let's say, physical property or a business contract or such, is it just going to be strictly a digital contract, or will there be a paper trail involved also, just as a backup in case something should happen?
John, do we have a paper trail, or do we trust the digital system?
Well, honestly, I don't know. I don't. I can't read the minds of the ministers or the government as far as how they're going to do it. And that's entirely up to them. I would assume so. I would think that in areas where there needs to be a paper trail, there might be one. Now, I know here in the United States, I work for the military, and it's actually they produce a paper trail in many areas that is unnecessary, and they waste so much paper. We're talking a whole forest gets cut down a day, I would say, just the some of the paper trails. And part of one of Asgardia's objectives is to help the environment, of course. So, and we nowadays we have clouds and everything. We can produce everything digitally. I have all my files backed up on my cloud, and I have nothing, and I have no file folder anywhere in my office. I do it all digitally. I don't have a paper trail, but I do have a paper trail, but it's on the cloud. And the great thing about the cloud is that places can go down, and I'm still protected. My information's still there. My computer can go bad, and my information, everything that I saved on the cloud's still there. So,
what if it's a massive solar event?
I think we could achieve most of it through digital, of course, a cloud of some sort. But that's just my opinion. That's not goes to the process, because, like I said, that will be up to the ministers. But yeah.
All right.
Okay, thank you for that. Sanat, then further.
Thank you, Lambert. Well, I always like to be the devil's advocate. So now let's take a example that we have a major music festival, music session in Asgardia. And a lot of well-known musicians come and play. It gets copied. You firstly you register the IPO or the whatever else you were saying earlier, and it gets copied in some country or some countries. Unless you have an agreement with those countries, will you be able to, restrict misuse or piracy of that? What are the laws that will stop you or will ensure that you can stop further growth or further piracy or further intellectual property theft? Same will apply to a book. We publish a book digitally registered in Asgardia, and something happened there. So can you sort of give us an idea of what is the concept where Asgardia will be able to implement its enactment world over or wherever the infringement takes place?
Yes.
John, you may not be able to answer that, but do you want to have a go?
Yes, it's covered under the infringement article, intellectual infringement, and of course, the act gives it gives a wide description that anything like piracy and what infringement is. It details what Asgardia considers infringement, and if somebody actually engages in that infringement as it's described in the act, then it would be up to the Asgardia courts to pursue that matter. And of course, that'll be brought out in court eventually, and and that falls under the Judicial Act. So, yeah.
Thank you.
It is covered. I will go over into that into detail in the second reading as far as the description of what infringement is, and you'll have a better understanding of what infringement is in Asgardia, what it's considered, and then as far as how to protect infringement, that will be fought out in court or under the Judicial Act. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, fine. We got further in the KOB, and then I think we'll be finished with this one.
Aslında tüzel kişi olarak
Actually, as a legal person, we can recognize Bitcoin and recognize it under the international law. This came to my mind. By the way, our money, our currency is a digital currency, but it's not a cryptocurrency. We had a second currency alternative, and we carried out a study about that. So this is going to report all the transactions and through which IP. This really gives us a legally upper hand to follow up what's financially going on. So it is possible to define them as a property under a legal identity and under an international law. This could be a step forward, and I believe that our law could help us in doing that. Thanks very much.
Thank you for that comment. John, do you want to reply to that?
No, just that I agree.
Okay.
I understand where he's come from, and I appreciate the comment. It was a good comment, and yeah, I agree.
Finally, then, KOB.
So this sort of ties into where Ferda was coming in. I'm assuming we're going to have some sort of open platform in regards to cross collaboration, because if things are patented or trademarked elsewhere, we should be able to open it up so people can also accomplish the same things on our platform. Because if you have gone through one of those processes, there's always an option for international trademarking, patenting, or whatever you may see apart from your specific area. Are we going to try to find a way to open that up for cross collaboration as well?
John, last word to you, and do you want to summarize now as well?
Yes. Well, like I said, the act does build the framework to open collaboration between the world, but it also opens up the door for Asgardia to build its own structure for intellectual protection, and both of those areas are covered in the act. And basically, what I've gone over, I've gone over the core principles and the articles that will be covered in the act, and I did cover briefly some areas that were covered in the ALF that I felt was important. I appreciate everybody's questions; they were very good, and it's this kind of interaction that we need to in here in Parliament, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, John. Thanks for your clarification. If you agree with what John is proposing, remember we're voting for the first principles. We're voting for the core principles, sorry, and just a brief overview of the articles. We'll go into the more detail later. I recognize I probably need to be a little bit more specific about what we're actually discussing at these events. So if you agree, then vote yes. If you disagree, vote no. And if you abstain, that means you don't know, but you're still registered that you're thinking about it. Thank you, everybody. We've gone through 4 pieces of legislation. Let's now go to the final part of our day today, pretty much on schedule. I predict that we'll be finished in 90 minutes. I would expect that, probably about 90 minutes. We're going to get a preliminary financial overview for the year, and then we'll go to the government hour and our Prime Minister. But first of all, I would invite Mark Bogan. I see that he's with us to give us any long or short summary of where we are. Mark, welcome to the Parliament. Greetings, welcome back. We're back with you around the world now. I'm Lembit Topik, Chair of Parliament of Asgardia. And for our final session for the day, everybody's welcome. And we go to our Prime Minister in a moment in the Government Tower. The purpose of the Government Tower is a dialogue, formal dialogue between Parliament and government. Government is appointed by Parliament and operates independently. And at each of our digital sittings, we have a period of time where the government reports and shares what it feels we need to share. So over to you, Prime Minister. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Lena.
And good to see you again. And hello, everybody who is watching us on Asgardia TV. I'm Lena Devina, Prime Minister of Asgardia. You would have seen me earlier if you're with us since this morning. Now I'm back with the official item on the agenda. Thank you for having us. More people from the cabinet are in this meeting, so I will be offering them to somebody is saying there is an earthquake. I hope everybody is safe. I'm just seeing the messages popping up. So whoever is in an earthquake area, people please be safe, check out what's going on. Go back to the Government Hour. In reality, the Government Hour has already begun 25 minutes earlier, because Mark, as the Minister of Finance, was only meant to present that table with the summary of financial status as of the end of November, because of course it takes time to calculate what's going on. Everything else which followed, which is beyond purely the discussion of that table, is the matter of the Government Hour, where Mark, as one of the ministers, is of course fully qualified to reply to your questions. And I'm very grateful to Mark that he did actually half of my job, because many questions which have been addressed to Mark, again, I'm very grateful because we in the government totally share who does what. So whoever of us is asked on the current affairs, we can generally comment on each other's engagements and projects. And some things which Mark commented on are in the area of responsibility of the other ministers. Not all of them are present. So again, formally, I should have been answering this. Mark did it for me. So I consider that actually some of the Government Hour is already implemented. And thank you for being efficient about that. To what has already been discussed, I would like also to add that when it comes to satellites and crowdfundings, indeed, again, Mark summarized it very well. I'm just wondering if the working group which looks at the satellite and the funding, if it's a rhetorical question, not for extra discussion now, just I would suggest that you consider also as a part of your study, what is the cost of launching a satellite? What's the operational cost? So basically, what's the project cost? Mark made a very good point about 200,000 being the top mark aiming for crowdfunding. So I can guarantee you that the lowest price of the basic satellite is at least double that. So that's one thing. The other thing is that indeed, like Mark said, when you go for sales, when you try to sell something to people, you need to resolve their pain. I'm in space business since 1993. I'm not aware of personal pains which people want to resolve through crowdfunding and satellites, because personal pains which are worth it are telecommunication satellites, which provide you satellite television, which provide you information distribution. At the moment it's happening, all this is covered through commercial services, because people want it to the extent that there is a company which funds it, which sells the services, and everybody benefits. So again, I encourage everybody who is interested in developing this project further to look into the economical aspect of which satellites cost what and how they are commercializable. And so far, I personally have not encountered this. I might be missing something. I never worked in that domain. I was only worked in human space flight. So Mark made very good points about this. Again, about registering companies in the Asgardia.trade, the website which is run by the Ministry of Trade and Commerce. All the ministers who own a company, they are registered there. So I would encourage everybody in the parliament who finds in whichever way applicable to register the companies there. It's leadership by example, amongst other things. The rest is to an extent symbolic, but in order to encourage the rest of the world to join our economy and business infrastructure, it would only be natural that all of us who do have businesses are engaged in our own businesses. It's just indeed, it was also a good reminder. We had a lot of good meetings in Baku. So again, thank you everybody who could travel in person. It was not an easy trip, but people like Cheryl, for example, Minister of Culture, traveled almost for 2 days one way and 2 days back in order to meet everybody in person. It's hard taking that people do that, how much they're committed and engaged and what's going on. And personal meetings with the head of nation are, of course, always the big motivation. So I'm fully with you when you talk about your experiences and the inspiration and encouragement you brought back from those meetings. So again, thank you everybody for being such generous, kind, open and great team. And thank you for this debate during the day. It indeed was very mind-opening and developmental. So we will be holding a government webinar, as we do every 6 months, on the 16th of December, where we will, in the format which already proved itself very viable, we will take an hour where every minister will, for 5 minutes, summarize their activities for the past year and outline the direction of activities and cooperation for the coming year. I personally find it also very rewarding that new engagements are formed, new cooperations are formed not only on paper as a formality, but now people in charge, new layer of executives, are starting to cooperate in practical terms. I know that on youth and education, there are some deep consultations ongoing, and I hope soon to receive an output which can be then submitted for further review. I know that in equity and resources, there is also cooperation between the new chair and the ministers, so I can only step back, not interfere, and be very humble and grateful for the fact that new people are finding new ways and new angles at what is going on. At this point, I would like to ask my colleagues, cabinet, if anybody would like to say anything specific. I see that a few ministers are logged into this meeting. So if you want to speak up, please raise your hand.
Okay, I'm looking to see if anyone's raising their hand. Yeah, Jakob.
Yes, hello everybody. I've been on and off today. I'm sorry about that. But there has been some discussion also in the chat on having our own IT environment as a basis for new development. Instead of currently we are using Google stuff, which is okay, but it's always security-wise a good idea to have your own environment. So the good news is my colleague Minister Bandel already has something running, which is running on physically in Germany, which is good because then it's under the privacy laws of Europe, which is a good thing because they are quite strict. And we are thinking of enlarging that environment and using it for all kinds of things. Too soon to tell yet what, but I know that, for example, Jason is smiling because he is involved, and there's a few more people, and we also have ideas on improving the pass system for the cabinet document management and so on. So new things will be coming, say, beginning of next year. Quite a few people have interesting ideas. And I also saw in the chat that a few people would like to help, which is very good. It's good to hear, and it's good to see that we have so many enthusiastic people that are helping us all. So I can't say much more, but interesting times to come.
Thank you, Jakob, and it's good to see you on Thursdays at our event as well. It's a very good way of keeping government and parliament in synergy, in line with each other.
I also would like to say, along with Mr. Speaker, that I very much appreciate how we evolved into working level cooperation, which is very efficient, because then Jakob takes some notes of the important things where government needs to pay attention, and then we discuss it between ourselves and see how, if any actions need to follow from those meetings. So indeed, thank you, Jakob, for being so efficient and the liaison job.
I certainly second that. Jakob is a great friend to Parliament. If you ever want to join Parliament, you're welcome to stand for election when we have a by-election. Let's go to Ferda.
Merhaba, çok teşekkür ederim.
Hello again. Thanks very much. I would like to send an open invitation. We will continue the second reading of the Foreign Affairs Act. First, I would like to come together with all the ministers. And then regarding the Act on Ambassadors, we will need to take further steps. And I would like to cooperate with you on that, because we don't have a foreign minister yet. And chair of our parliament, Lembit Öpik, is doing his best to help us. But I really want to collaborate with all the ministers. If we can create an organization, create an event for that, it will be really nice, because in this way, we act upon the urgency of the matter so that we don't lose its formality.
Thank you for that, Lena.
Thank you for your enthusiasm, Ferda. I will do my best to see how this can work. I have to remind, though, there is an approved procedure since the day Parliament exists, which is 6 years, 5.5 years. What is the flow of the development of legislation? That flow was developed along with the Act on Acts. And I don't know it by heart, but for sure, formal consultation does not happen between a parliamentarian or a chair of a parliamentary committee with a team of ministers. And while I'm totally open and supportive of informal cross-fertilization, in my position, I'm obliged to maintain formal routines to make sure that nothing gets lost in the process. So I suggest that while it's excellent that everybody can have virtual coffee in a virtual corridor, we nevertheless, as official organizations, should also be disciplined in maintaining our own regulations. So I will take it upon myself to do homework to recover the documents. I mean, they're all available in Parliament, those documents there from the first sitting of the first ever Parliament in 2018. I will look at it myself with the office staff who maintain the archives, the flow chart, how the legislation development is happening. It's an approved flow chart. So yes, at some point, there is a consultation between the chair of the Justice Committee, who is in a way ultimate authority on the legality of the draft. The developing parliamentarian presents the content, but in terms of validating it from the quality as a legal document, it's a position of the chair of the legal committee, Justice Committee. And then the chair of the Justice Committee discusses it with the Minister of Justice. That's part of the official process, which was approved 5.5 years ago. And then also the consultation is happening on the content. Indeed, in the absence of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, it has to be me as the Prime Minister. And I, as a Prime Minister, ask members of Cabinet, as I find correct for the subject and for the content. So I'm sorry to disappoint you for official purposes, as in the absence of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, you'll have to deal with me because this position is not filled. And I will include those people whose competence is relevant for the discussion of this matter. With all due respect, it's unlikely a Minister of Culture or a Minister of Youth and Education at the early stage, at least. They might be superior assets if we come to the discussion what are the assets where we can brainstorm how to engage into activities with other countries, for example. I know Jason at the very beginning had great ideas how his technological expertise in international cooperation can serve as a basis for discussing with experts worldwide how we can cooperate and on this build up further relations because we already have shared interests. So it can come from all areas of life where project-based relationship can be built. But this is something different. This is the next level of engagement again. When we talk about legislation, of course, it has to be people who are engaged in legislation development. And in the lack of Minister of Foreign Affairs, it will be myself, and I, of course, will ask for the help of the Minister of Justice. And I'll have to think further if at this stage I need to request more people to be part of this working group. And I think that between myself and Lembit, we will pull up the document on the flowchart of legislation development. By the look of it, it would be good for everybody in parliament and in government to have a refresher training on familiarization with this chart. We will have a look, maybe it needs to be adapted because a lot of things have changed since it was first presented and we have learned from our experience. So it would be actually good. Thank you for triggering this thought. I didn't think of that before. So it would be a very useful exercise to review the flow chart for the legislation development, adapted based on the experience we all had together, and then start living by it. So thank you for this excellent trigger. I think we can build up and capitalize a lot on this together.
Thank you very much indeed. Further briefly, I think you're the last speaker. Further.
Teşekkür ederim. Beni de aynı zamanda
Thanks very much.
uluslararası ticaret olarak uzman düşünebilirsiniz.
You can also consider me as an expert in terms of tourism and other fields. And I would really like to put my experience to work, and I would like to take advantage of others' works because I have been working in the sector of tourism and advertising for more than 15 years, and I believe I can make some contributions. Thanks very much.
That's fantastic. Tourism is certainly the most human area where people go international.
That is fantastic. And also I have to say that Turkey, having seen it myself, is a very attractive destination because it does what it does very well, and it's become a natural point. Istanbul and Dubai have both capitalized on some decisions made by terrestrial countries, and I'm really looking forward to working on the embassy proposal with further as well, which I think will be presented not at this sitting but at the next sitting. It will be discussed tomorrow at the chairs at the committee report backs too. Anybody else? Does anyone else have any other questions before I ask the Prime Minister to summarize?
Well, since no other ministers have raised hands, I assume that we have spoken up on the current affairs. I suggest you all attend the webinar. And specifically, the biggest current intense activity is in the Ministry of Science. It's a Sirius project. I hope you all had a chance to follow the news. The isolation experiment, which will last for 1 year, just started on the 14th of November. I also would encourage everybody to sign up to the Telegram channel run by the resident of Asgardia who is in the isolation. So I don't know, Rebecca, if you have it. The channel is in Russian, but most of it is posted in writing. So you just attach, Jakob is signed, and Jakob showed me how very easily one can read in English what is posted there. So Jakob, if I may ask you post the link and the explanation you made for us. There was an article on the news of Asgardia where Jakob's life hack, how to read this channel in English, was published. So if I please may, Rebecca, ask you to post this article so people can see how easily to read that channel in English. That would be fantastic if we support, all of us as senior executives, our resident who is in 1-year isolation, conducting research on female physiology and long-term implication on the reproductive processes in isolation studies. That's a solid step in the direction of research of reproduction functions of a female in long-term space flight, which, as you all know, critical for Asgardia scientific development.
Thank you very much indeed, Prime Minister, and thank you everybody who contributed to that item. And tomorrow we will have obviously more discussion on that and on the committee reports as well. Okay, that closes that item. Let's therefore review as we come to the end of our day what we've done. We started with the official opening of the sitting and of the second day, that is, and a review of what was going to happen. And please, if you have not voted for the agenda yet, please do so. Yes, no, or abstain, because we need to get 50% plus one of parliamentarians in order to make all of our votes legitimate. Then we had the Asgardia Information Safety and Security Cyber Act with Ricky Sickles. Thank you for that, Ricky. Remember, we're voting for the first reading. That's the core principles and a menu of the articles, not the whole document. Once again, the same is true of the Asgardia Foreign Affairs Act. First reading, we're voting for the core principles and the main articles, not the whole document. Then we had the Asgardia Digital Interface Act, and Ross, it sounds a lot better called that than the other name. Though I understand in Russian it's more or less the same. So Ross Cheesewright presented that. And then finally we had the Digital Properties Act from John Fine. And just remember, I have to stress this, look at the documents that are published, not the full document, the documents that are published, the core principles, and then the menu of articles, if you like, which can change a little bit as well, but that's what you're voting for. Then we had Mark Bogan, Minister of Finance, very kindly expressing the cold realities of our financial situation. And remember, this is in our control. It's down to us to get new residents. We are the ambassadors. The Parliament is essentially the global army of Asgardians, and we should be getting more residents, and we have a direct financial motivation for doing so. The more residents we get, the more we will get paid as a proportion of the income promised to us by the system as it's agreed. We've just had the government hour as well, and we had a good dialogue there. I'm going to go to any other business. If anybody wants to raise anything, then do so while I'm talking. Otherwise, we will close the sitting for the day. Looking ahead to tomorrow, we're starting at 1400 UTC. The longest we will go is to 1900 UTC. The shortest we will go is to 1700 UTC because we need to do 48 hours and then the vote closes. And we will give a summary of the preliminary results of the Asgardia parliamentary votes on the items on the agenda. We'll be looking at the implementation of work plans of the parliamentary committees. And remember, I made a promise when I stood for stood for re-election as your chair, that this 5 years will be 5 years of delivery. So the committees are absolutely central to that. And it's exciting to see how much work is happening already. So we will talk about that tomorrow. Then we'll have a quick review of the timetable for priority acts. To actually slightly update that, I want to talk about how the process of getting acts into the system will take place. I won't explain that now. It's not complicated, but I'll just do that tomorrow. Then we'll get the summing up of the results of the voting on the agenda out of the meeting of the Parliament, which is for the legislation and also for the quorum count. Closing remarks, the anthem, and then we will be closed. So tomorrow, the minimum time will be 3 hours, the maximum will be 5. Well, I was quite accurate in my prediction. I'm within 5 minutes of my guess for today, so I'm quite pleased about that. I hope that you've found this useful. I don't see anybody else raising their hands. We were up to 59 people before. So when we get to 28, that's when I'll close the sitting for today. Does anyone else have anything else you'd like to raise today? And remember, we're only voting on the first reading. That's the core principles and the articles. Everything else will come later. Ricky.
Yeah, WhatsApp me when you can.
Okay, I will do. Thank you. And Takuya, hi. You need to unmute yourself, Takuya. Can't hear you, Takuya. You need to unmute. Unmute. I still can't hear you, Takuya. Can't hear you. Takuya, we can't hear you. I'm just going to send Takuya a message that we can't hear him. Takuya, you need to unmute. You need to unmute. Takuya, you need to unmute. That's the best I can do. No, we can't hear you. You need to unmute. Nope, still can't hear you. Nope.
He's unmuted now.
Ah, okay, go ahead. Okay, Takuya, go ahead. I can't hear Takuya for some reason.
Turn up your volume.
No, it's not my volume. Can people hear Takuya?
No.
We can't hear
No,
you.
he might need to turn up his.
You need to, no, it doesn't work that way. Takuya, maybe you can go out and come back in again because we don't hear anything. Maybe recycle your Zoom because we hear nothing. Let's just give Takuya a moment to see if we can get that working. Then we'll go to Sarah and then John. We're all on your side here, Takuya. We all want to hear you. Just while Takuya is getting himself organized, remember we start at 1400 tomorrow, and for all the committee chairs, please be ready to present. And we're really looking for action, the action steps, what you're doing, and colleagues can feedback. I think Takuya is recycling his system. So let's go to Sarah next. Sarah.
I was just inquiring as to whether it would be possible to have somebody email us the calendar event and the link for the webinar that the Prime Minister mentioned, because I would like to attend.
Yes, can we ask, can our parliamentary coordinator put that link, or can the Prime Minister put the link into the chat? And then, in fact, if the Prime Minister can put that link into the chat, it would be great. And Linda, if you can share that link with everybody by email, that would help as well. So 2 ways to find out. We'll put it in the chat. And secondly, we will send an email to the whole of Parliament as well. So that's a very good question. The Prime Minister is going to come in just a moment. Let's go to John first, and then we'll go to Prime Minister John.
Yes. Well, since there was several sharing of current events, I wanted to go over share a current event that I've been tracking. It actually is similar to the Ceres program, but it's something NASA's doing. It's called CHAPEA, and basically they're long-term habitation as it would be on Mars. The habitat is set up like it would be on Mars, at least the best that they can come up with. They've just passed their 100 days, and they're doing quite well. They're still very enthusiastic, and all the scientists are doing well in the habitat. They're getting ready to start producing food, and the food that they developed there in the habitat is done in a way that NASA would develop food in space, and they're getting it's mostly it is only food, pick and eat type food, but and the astronauts are very happy about that because they're getting ready to eat some of their own food, and yeah, I've been following that quite closely, and just to see how that aspect of living in space would be. They plan on using a lot of the data that they get from that. They plan on using for their moon operation, for the Artemis operation. So, yeah, it's been exciting to keep up with it. So, anyway, just wanted to give an update on that.
Thank you for that, John. It turns out I asked a question about gravity. It turns out when I was in Baku, the gravity issue isn't a big problem. The main challenges of this kind of living are all related to the isolation, the limited resources, the social pressures with being with the same people and nobody else for a long time. And so I think that these isolation experiments are actually quite realistic. Very, very interesting. Let's go to the Prime Minister, Lena, and you seem to be the last speaker.
I would like to clarify that when a webinar is announced, it's published on the Asgardia.space website with all the links, and then the day before the webinar, an invitation goes to all the residents. It's everybody can watch it, but only residents, and it's a resident benefit, are entitled to log in via a personal link and post questions. So each of you, dear members of parliament, you only can be in parliament if you're residents. It's also a benefit of a resident to be participating in the political life of Asgardia. So all of you in your email receive an invitation every time there is a webinar. For example, there has been recently a couple of webinars in Spanish, and thank you very much, Ariadne, for making this possible. Actually, I should have said it before, and thank you for reminding me the webinar subject. Ariadne made a fantastic quantum step forward because thanks to her contacts and personal engagement, we now started webinars in Spanish language. Elena Khmelova, whom you know here as your Russian-English interpreter, she is actually also a Spanish speaker and an editor for Asgardia Space. And apart from translating for you here now, she also writes articles in Spanish for the website, and she also moderates the webinars as a member of the editorial team in Asgardia website. So thanks to Ariadne and Elena in her capacity as a Spanish editor, we now have Spanish language webinars. So my round of digital applause to Ariadne for making it possible. So the next one I hope will be in about 10 days. Please check your Asgardia.space email, and the life hack, it's a Gmail environment. So I personally have permanent forwarding from my Elena Devina at Asgardia Space to my private email, so I never miss an email. So the moment I see it in the one inbox, I always check. I go between various inboxes. Asgardia Space environment allows you to forward the emails arriving there to your personal inbox if it's too burdening to check both.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that. And it's very helpful, and it's also once again underlines the benefits of being a resident. It's only €100 a year to be a resident. So if you like what you're hearing, then please do join. So we've got Takuya. Let's try Takuya one more time. Takuya.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm concerned that the number of participants in this meeting was very low. We should first foremost discuss Asgardia's most pressing issues. Measures to increase revenue and increase the number of residents. I believe that one state regulation in the dark will lead to threats to our very existence. We should work on enriching our country, not on regulating our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. It's a fair point. I'm not sure I've got much. I don't have much to add to what you said. You make a sensible point, and I think we have to recognise it's a serious observation. The big point I would make through all of this is simple, that a lot of this is in our control. We can promote Asgardia. Rebecca Berg produces promotional news every week for us. We do not use it enough. And we are also in a good position to ensure that the decisions we make are actioned. And tomorrow in the committee stage, I hope that we will be able to have a proper conversation about the financial opportunities that working together and registering our businesses and doing all those things present. Is there anyone else who'd like to say anything else before we finish? Because I have covered any other business already. Okay, thank you. I don't mind. I'm not concerned about the number who turn up, because in total, the peak has been 59, but actually more than 59, more than half of Parliament has attended during the day. People come and go. I can see more or less what's happening. So thank you, everybody who has been here. I would like to get 100% attendance, of course, but the number of votes we get is a rough idea of the number of people who turn up at some point and who are active in the parliamentary sitting. Thank you, everybody, for a productive and very businesslike day. Thank you to our interpreters also. We start again at 1400 tomorrow. Please do vote. You can vote on everything. You've heard the debates. Please do vote. We need to have 50% plus one in order to achieve a quorum. And tomorrow we start at 1400 UTC and we'll finish latest 1900, earliest 1700. I really appreciate all of your work. Thank you, Peter, for chairing for a while as well. With that, we conclude today. We got to 59, so that's 28. When we get down to 28, then we'll close the sitting. Have a really good rest of the day, and thank you for your efficiency. And we finish with over 2 hours to spare, so we have become much more efficient in what we do. Have a good morning, day, and night, and we'll see you tomorrow. And that closes today's sitting. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone.
Oh.